Para encerrar, Kikyo, de Geraldo Espíndola.
And to finish, Kikyo by Geraldo Espíndola.
Kikyo viu tudo lindo, tudo índio por aqui. Índio América deu filhos, foi chegando a terra para os dois. Guarani foi pro sul, Tupi pro norte, e formaram suas tribos, cada um no seu lugar. E quando se encontravam pelos rios da América, e lutavam juntos contra o branco em busca de servidão, e sofreram tantas dores acuados no sertão. Amazonas, Guarani ainda chama Kikyo na lua cheia, quer Tupi, quer Guarani. Kikyo na lua cheia, quer Tupi, quer Guarani. Kikyo na lua cheia, quer Tupi, quer Guarani. Kikyo.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank the singer Luciana Fischer and musician Juninho MPB for their participation in this seminar. Restorative justice does not present itself as a solution for all conflicts, but as a proposal to supplement possible needs that may not be met by the traditional system. Restorative justice does not intend to present a new understanding of what justice is, but to rescue different discussions and developments on justice from the past to our days, recovering a substantive understanding of what justice means. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have 2 days to collectively build on the topics that will be discussed in the second seminar on restorative justice and the environment. For the directing board of this ceremony, we invite Professor Dr. João Salm, Scientific Project Coordinator and Coordinator of the second seminar. Attorney General of the State of Mato Grosso do Sul, Ana Carolina Ali Garcia, representing the Governor of the state, Eduardo Correa Riedel. Congressman Gerson Claro, President of the Legislative Assembly of Mato Grosso do Sul. President of the Court of Justice of the State of Mato Grosso do Sul, Judge Sergio Fernandes Martins. Counselor of the National Council of Justice, Judge Alexandre Teixeira Cunha. Judge Marisa Santos, Principal of the School of Judges, representing the Presidency of the Federal Regional Court of the Third Region. President of the State Accounting Office of Mato Grosso do Sul, Councilor Gerson Domingos. Robert Yazzie, Chief of Justice, Navajo. This table of honor, we also have the General Director of the School of Judiciary School, Judge Odemilson Roberto Castro Fassa, General Coordinator of NUPAMEC and Restorative Justice, Judge Wilson Bertelli, State Secretary for Environment, Development, Science, Technology, and Innovation, the economist Jaime Verhoek, the Professor and Coordinator of the Seminar on Restorative Justice and the Environment, Professor Raquel Domingues do Amaral. Ladies and gentlemen, this ceremony is an ideal opportunity to listen to an anthem that symbolizes the greatness of Mato Grosso do Sul and its beauties. With pride, we will now hear the anthem of Mato Grosso do Sul.
Celeiros de fartura, sob céu de puro azul, em Mato Grosso do Sul, a gente ao nas ruas. Meus rios são tão ricos que não há a pujança e a grandeza. Moldurados pelas serras, campos grandes, vacaria, rememoram desbravadores, heróis, tanta galhardia, espacialização, e o tenente Ricardo Franco e tradição, a pujança e a grandeza.
Marcelo Vieira de Campos, Judge of the Third Region and President of the Fundary Commission. Dr. Joana Zanetti, General Attorney of Mato Grosso do Sul. Also, Dr. Monique Martioli Leite, Federal Judge. Mr. Ney Gustavo Paes de Andrade from the Dr. Daniel Cavalim dos Santos, Dr. Evelyn Zini Moreira Coelho, representing Dr. Silva Rogério, Public Defender in the Union. Also the presence of the Silva Breutas of the University, Federal University, Dr. Mansour Elias Kamouchi, representing the Order of the Bar of Lawyers. He is also a representative at the National Council of Justice. Professor João Calves, representing Dean Rosa Maria de Deia, Dr. Alexandre Moraes Canteiro, also Dr. Andre Putinelli Jr., Dr. Claudia Fassa, Public Defender in Mato Grosso do Sul, in whose name we like to salute all of the public defenders and lawyers and people who are here in this second international seminar. To start this interaction and the dialogue, we're going to listen from Professor Dr. João Salm, coordinator of the second international seminar on restorative justice and environment. Good day, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second international seminar on restorative justice. Your Excellence, Dr. Ana Carolina Ali Garcia, Congressman Gerson Claro, Judge Sergio Fernandez Martins, Judge Alexandre Teixeira Cunha, Judge Marisa Santos, Counselor Gerson Dominguez, Judge Yadzi, Judge Odemilson, Roberto Castro Fassa, Judge Wilson Bertelli, Dr. Jaime Varuk, and Dr. Raquel Dominguez do Amaral. Thank you very much. Thank you for having us here in your home, in your place in the world, so beautiful as the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. I believe our guests who are here today with us must be are being welcomed very warmly by this beautiful scenario in this aquarium and the hospitality of people from Mato Grosso do Sul. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Today, we are more than over 700 people participating in this event online and here involving Canada, United States, Brazil, Chile, Argentina, Italy, Guinea-Bissau, Australia, New Zealand. I'd like to ask all of you, if you allow me, for 1 minute of silence for the victims and the disasters in the south of Brazil and in the Middle East and in Eastern Europe.
Obrigado.
Congratulations for this amazing gathering, Dr. Raquel. Just like we used to say in Florianopolis, my homeland, you're nailing it. I'm going to be short and sweet in the acknowledgments, but again, ministers, federal judges, state judges, administrative assistants, promoters, people from the accountant office, people from the international relations who are watching us, in the Ministry of the American Consulate, representatives of NGOs, in indigenous communities, academic people, students from several continents, our partners from the private initiative, Suzano, Arauco. I'd like to thank everyone who made of this event a reality, especially Marcia, Julia, Daniela, Leida, Dr. Marisa, Alexandre, Milton, Jairi, Teófilo, Dr. Ana, Dr. Bartolomeu, Dr. Maria Fernanda Souza, Kátia, Humberto, Marcelo, Dr. Solange, Eugênia, Larissa, Carla, and all the volunteers who are here with us today. Thank you very much to all of you. But especially, I'd like to thank Dr. Raquel. She's a mother, she's a partner, she's a judge, professor, friend, and responsible for the assembling and designing of this event. I send to Dr. Raquel my respect and my gratitude. I feel honored to call you friend and be part of this ambitious and great but needed, much needed event. Today, the whole world is going through disasters, and we need, as human beings, to talk about this thing called Earth, our planet. We need to talk about it as a part of it, not as something separate. You are the noblest and greatest example in the judiciary and in the Brazilian Academy. You, just like a few people, highlight because you're ethic and not only a mere person who's working with the judiciary. I want to thank those who have sent me their knowledge, Professor Elizabeth Elliott, Fernanda Evangelista, Ben Almassi, Tarsila Mello, Sabrina Paroli, Carla Boim, especially Professor Adriane Marisam, because she's an amazing human being, so sensitive.
And I'm privileged to have been trusted with your knowledge and friendship. Quero agradecer àqueles que
I want to thank those for those I give my knowledge. My students were here and also online.
gate and drag you out of your comfort zones. It is truly my honor and privilege. Abraço especial às minhas irmãs.
I send my hug to my brothers and sisters from Guinea-Bissau, my brothers and sisters from Mozambique, Mariosam and Catarina. I send my greetings to my Italian sisters, my brothers from Fiji, Vilipoela. I'm sorry for causing you so much grief. That part of the globe is really affected by the global warmth. And our friends here in the Pacific South, they know about it. So we have many stories related to them to tell about how the North affects the South in our planet with global warming issues. I want to thank Catherine from Canada, great heart, for acknowledging my work for over a decade, the legacy of Professor Elizabeth Elliott, It makes me really happy. I want to thank our friends who came from far: Adrian, Jajatsi, Deb, Willis, Wade, Ben, Edward, Professor Valeria. Our gratitude for living from so far and traveling for so long to be here with us. They faced so many hours in flights, and they are here to share with us their knowledge while they absorb our knowledge, our local knowledge. I also want to thank those who are attending from afar, Maya, Grazi. And last but not least, I'd like to share something that I always tell my students in Chicago and wherever I go in the world. Do you want to taste justice? Join with your families, friends, and plant a tree. There, you're going to see justice. You're going to taste justice.
In our minds and hearts, inspire all and all of us to plant many trees together in our insatiable pursuit of a more just life. Bom seminário a todos.
Have a great seminar, all of you.
Senhoras e senhores, na sequência ouviremos.
Right now, you're going to listen to Marisa Santos, representing the presidency of the Federal Tribunal in the person of Carlos Moura. Good morning, all of you. I greet all of you on behalf of Sergio Martins, President of the Justice Court of Mato Grosso do Sul. This event counts on the support of the School of the Third Region, and fate wanted us to happen in a moment that is so tragic that Brazil is going through. We see a tragedy that the south of Brazil lives today. For sure, we will have many issues coming, lots of things to be restored, lots of things to be done on behalf of life, for the quality of life, and for every people who have been impacted. So it's good to know that we can learn from experience with so many international authorities in a topic that for sure is going to give us great ideas, great insights, and the pathways that we can go through to bring Brazil back to normal. Well, imagine that we can ever go back to normal after such a big tragedy. So I greet all of you who are involved. You are many, so I'm going to just partake of my joy of being here. This is another prank the life does with me in a moment that we are in such a grief moment and learning. Maybe I will be able to give my contribution. So thank you, all of you. Thank you especially the Court of Mato Grosso do Sul and the state government of Mato Grosso do Sul. I'm also from Mato Grosso do Sul, for those who are not aware. And I also thank Sergio Martins for the partnership that both courts could make in the previous term, and it resulted in a partnership between schools of the Justice Courts of Mato Grosso do Sul and the Regional Federal Court of the Third Region. So have you all a great event. Let's all learn. We have a lot to learn. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here now, Mr. President of the Accountant Court from Mato Grosso do Sul, Gerson Domingos.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. I think I'm not going to break the protocol, Dr. Raquel, but just to report myself to you, I have to be standing because of how great you are, because of the things that you give to us, and for the fight and dedications that you have for our state, Mato Grosso do Sul. And I feel honored. That's why I came here to talk to you and to our guests. The way we have for all of you the respect for Mato Grosso do Sul. I don't want to decrease the colleagues who had their options, but in the condition of chief of an institution, I greet all of you standing and with open arms, saying, Mato Grosso do Sul is proud of what we comprise, the constitutions and the powers. And before God gave us an alert of what's happening with Rio Grande do Sul, so that we may bring from this event a lesson learned of what we are suggesting to do, which is to take care of the future of our children in our country. I am really, really honored when we have here among us our coordinator, Professor Joel Sam, Dr. Ana Carolina, who is an example of dedication and love for all of us to our state, which represents the government he do, which makes all of us really proud. The only difference, I say that to Governor, we have two Gersons, one president, and there's a little difference between the two of us. It's the first letter. He is G and Gerson is J. But this partnership, the similarity that we have is to give from ourselves and do what we said that we're going to do, and that helps the state of Mato Grosso do Sul to grow. And I render pay my tribute for the time of service ahead of this power that is really important. And I say that every time that we have a term in the Legislative Assembly is really important. You are working greatly. Marisa, right now, represents the presidency of the regional court of this region. Carlos Multa, I'm really honored with all your presence. And also Mr. Navarro, judge, who's my friend. Edmilson Roberto Fassa, Wilson Bertelli, who's a professor of the Justice course because of their deep knowledge in law. Dr. Jaime Verhoek. I wouldn't say it's the right arm, but it's a lung of the governor, and he has really important assignment. It's extremely important for you to be here in this event because today, in this event, I understand it's a start, a sparkle created by Dr. Raquel to make our state of Mato Grosso do Sul together, the way we are united here, all the powers and institutions. I wouldn't say that is just your prestige. I think we're taking control and having the responsibility that we should have assumed a long time ago in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul and also the state of Brazil. And last but not least, Dr. Raquel. Now I'm going to break the protocol just a little. I'm going to stop the formalities and I'm going to make a confession. My bureau, my secretary tells me that Dr. Raquel, a federal judge, would be in an audience with me. I thought, why have I done wrong? I got ready to be spanked, but when I received her, it was the opposite. She came to tell me what the things that I didn't do and I was supposed to do, which is to be sensitive to understand how big an event you dispute with the world to bring to Mato Grosso do Sul. But my words are summarized in a round of applause to this great woman, which brings so much pride to our state.
Meu muito obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear now Mr. President of the Legislative Court of the State of Mato Grosso do Sul, the Congressman Gerson. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's thrilling, and I'm really proud of living this in Mato Grosso do Sul. In spite of being a moment, just like it was mentioned in here, that we are really, really sad for the sufferings of our brothers and sisters from the south of Brazil, from Rio Grande do Sul. And all of those who are living in that region that is affected. Yesterday we had the opportunity to talk about the subject. We know that it's going to rain a lot in the region, so we got to have a lot of balance here, join our forces, so that we can give our contribution right now, which is what's left for us to do. And our work. I want to greet Professor João Salim, Scientific Coordinator of the Seminário, my friend Dr. Ana Carolinari, who represents our Governor Eduardo, Judge Alexandre, Counselor of CNJ. I want to greet Judge Sergio Fernandes, President of the Justice Court, Judge Marisa, and who's also a person so thrilling, judge who makes us so proud with her work and brings so much pride to Mato Grosso do Sul. Counselor Gerson Domingos, my namemate, we work institutionally together with the Justice Court and Public Ministry, along with the Attorneys Bar, institutionality in the Mato Grosso do Sul. We bring an institutional balance where our relationships, our dialogues that are constant have been making of Mato Grosso do Sul a main player state, looking for institutional solutions for the problems that are there on the daily basis and for the planning of the future of our state with a lot of responsibility, balance, with the ongoing search of improvement of life quality for people, taking care of people who need the most, and the development with sustainability. Judge Ademilson, who's also here present, Judge Wilson Bertelli, the biggest secretary of Mato Grosso do Sul, Jaime. Since the event is related to this, I should highlight him because he was the coordinator and the state of Mato Grosso do Sul is the main actor of the discuss about environment in Mato Grosso do Sul when we came from a decision that was brave of our governor, that was based by the Ministry of the Environment, by the Secretariat of Environment. We made it with a lot of dialogue to suspend devastation in Pantanal, deforestation in Pantanal, to forbid some activities and establish a modern law, the first law of Mato Grosso do Sul about Campanal, the greatest bioma of the world. And we, with 60 to 70% of Pantanal in the Mato Grosso do Sul, we made it. And we have the first law about the protection of Pantanal, coordinated with institutions that are linked to protection and environment. and keeping the development. So Mato Grosso do Sul once more is giving an example of main player of balance, and today we have the law of Pantanal. And Jaime is the great responsible for coordinating all of this work in Mato Grosso do Sul. And greet Dr. Raquel. Everybody have been praising you, but I want to make in a record that in your visit, what highlighted to me what your enthusiasm about the event and made us, despite of several appointments, we could not miss this event and show how much important it is. I had the opportunity to see a little about conciliation, restorative justice, the possibility of the justice work in the south of Brazil, what happened in Brumadinho, what happened with the deforestation. We had the governor of Mato Grosso talking about the deforestation of 80,000 hectares in Pantanal. Not long a time ago, we had the need of strict behavior. He suggested us to compare the deforestation to the issue of the plantation of drugs that could cause the person who would deforest lose. And the governor of Mato Grosso suggested that in an event that also talks about environment. So being here on the behalf of the legislative court, we have been involved with these debates of environment. We've been really active and listening to the society. We have no doubt we got to be alert to what the progresses we made so far, but also work looking for solutions and building a better world for future generations. Obviously, but we got to have a balance point to work looking for what are we going to do for tomorrow. So in the name of the legislative court, I congratulate all the organizers, and I reassure our commitment with the sustainable development and with the green state that are aligned with the government and the whole state of Mato Grosso do Sul. Congratulations on this event, and thank you for being in our state.
Ladies and gentlemen, now the floor goes to General Attorney Dr. Ana Carolina Ali Garcia, representing Governor Eduardo Correa Riddle. Morning, everyone here. I'd like to greet General Judge Marisa Santos, representing the regional third region. To have you here is a joy for the state of Mato Grosso do Sul to have you supporting the realization of this event. I'd also like to greet Federal Judge Marcelo, Judge Sergio Fernandez Martins, who's always supporting important debates, and the President of the Legislative Assembly, Congressman Gerson Clara, who always brings the legislative body to important dialogues, as was the approval of our wetlands law. The President of the Accounting Office, Gerson Dominguez, who always has this important approach, and I thank him for his words towards me. I would also welcome all of you to Mato Grosso do Sul, also Judge Adamilson Fassa. It's important to see how the school is bringing plural debates, and I would like also to thank Dr. Kelly, the pedagogical coordinator, who's doing an excellent work ahead of the School of State Justice. Our Secretary of Jaime Farouk, someone I admire deeply and who will enlighten us with his words, sharing his knowledge and his view, and who is a leader of important public policies in Mato Grosso do Sul. Mr. Navarro Yazzi, Chief Justice, welcome to our state. The Bar Association here represented by Mr. Mansour. It's a joy to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen who are also following us virtually and everyone who's a part of this event, good morning. I'd like to talk about how happy I am of being a part of this opening of the second International Seminar of Restorative Justice and Environment, representing our governor, Eduardo Correa Riedel. And I would like to congratulate Dr. Raquel for this initiative, putting Mato Grosso debate over sustainable development and the integration of countries. And I would also like to break protocol a little bit to say that I remember the day when we were along Jaime Baruch and Judge Vitelli, the head of NUPAMEC, and we debated with Professor João Salm, who I revere for the scientific coordination of this event. And that was when I met Professor Salm. And we were talking about the design of this event, which is becoming a reality today. So we'd like to acknowledge this. And I see, Dr. Raquel, that this was only possible because with your enthusiasm, you went over your obligations and your duties to, in different ways, express your knowledge and your work capacity, which undoubtedly will contribute to the well-being of our people and the sustainable development of our state. The partnership between the different levels of justice, state and national, and our administrative solidarity and the high sense of responsibility of the authorities that are here at this table of honor today and the extended table. And these have been the values that have moved our powers and institutions: dialogue, institutional cooperation, and an integrated action. The debate we bring today is around this crucial agenda of preserving our biodiversity in an innovative and creative way, as our President Gerson Clara has brought regarding restorative justice, and always oriented by consensus. It's a paradigm that is transformative, justice, restorative justice, in the solving of environmental conflicts and damage reparation, aligned with the objectives of environmental justice. Yesterday, Dr. Marisa, I was talking to judges and attorneys in Rio Grande do Sul, and we all agreed it's a situation that will require a gathering of all of us to make up for all the damages and to restore the lives of those people. So I would like to invite us all here to debate, reflect, and institutionalize practices. I saw in the schedule that we're going to have many collective practices that we can try to investigate how helpful they will be in the pacification, peace bringing to conflict. So now we have to incentivize practices like this. And we're also hoping for the next editions of this seminar, Dr. Raquel. Thank you very much to everyone.
Senhores, ouviremos neste momento
Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to listen from the Counselor of the National Council of Justice, Judge Alexandre Teixeira Cunha. Good morning, everyone. I would like to request the people in this table, and I would just like to thank all of you here. I don't want to repeat all the names, but I'd also like to greet the organization of this event and my colleagues who welcomed me so well in the Restorative Justice Committee in the CNJ, the judges here present, Dr. Mansour, who I had the pleasure of meeting in the CNJ. I confess I wasn't ready for a speech, so just very quickly I'd like to greet on behalf of the President of the National Council of Justice, Minister Luis Roberto Barroso, who sends his greetings to all the participants in this event. I'm sure he would be very happy to be here in this beautiful convention center. I am very happy to be here. And also for a personal reason, I am an heir from this land. My father is from Corumbá, a city in the state, and it's a joy for me to be here at this moment when maybe a coincidence, one could say, we are going to talk about not only restorative justice, but also environmental issues in a land that has one of the most particular and most important biomes there is. And in this moment in which the weather is outstanding, with all of its consequences in terms of justice. And maybe this is a moment for us to reflect upon. We're going to have 2 intense days of debating, and maybe we should try to understand the task at hand regarding Rio Grande do Sul and all of the consequences, not only economical consequences, but also in our field, which is justice. So we're going to have many challenges ahead of us that will invite the whole of Brazilian society to take part responsibly. And maybe it would be a good moment for us to rethink the word justice itself. I've thought lately about all of this terrible tragedy that's going on in the South. If we shouldn't maybe rethink the meaning of justice. I'm thinking on the doctors and people in the health area. We talk about health, but we're always talking about sickness. So very rarely when we talk about health in the health sector, we're actually talking about health. We're mostly talking about sickness. And restorative justice invites us maybe to replace the meaning of the word justice. So this moment in which the weather is claiming for help with the tragedy in the South might be a good opportunity for us to stop to think and reflect on justice, not on the point of view of injustice, but bringing justice back to its place. A good event to all of us. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite General Attorney Newton Karashi to, together with Professor Dr. João Salm, present Dr. Raquel Domingues do Amaral with some flowers to symbolize all of the gratitude for her dedication in organizing the second International Seminar on Restorative Justice and Environment. We'd also like to thank for the presence of Larissa Saad, Elisandra Moraes, and the secretary who are representing the academic center, Luis Gama. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to go through the topics and the schedule of the second International Seminar on Restorative Justice and Environment. We would like to invite all the authorities of this table to take their seats in the audience, should they be able to accompany us during the seminar.
A partir deste momento, passamos a apresentar.
Now we're going to go through the schedule of the second International Seminar on Restorative Justice and Environment.
Agradecemos mais uma vez a presença.
We'd like to thank again for the presence of the authorities who were present at the opening ceremony of this second International Seminar on Restorative Justice and Environment. We're now making final adjustments to the schedule, and we'd like to invite Professor Dr. Raquel Domingues do Amaral to present the schedule for today.
Are you good? Are you okay? Yes, go. Yes. Go and then just, when you come back, just sneak in back here. Quer que a gente fique aqui embaixo? Quer... pode ser. Pode ser aqui.
Aí eu vou falar pro pessoal, eu vou chamar.
Vamos sentar aqui.
Vamos sentar.
Gostasse da surpresa?
Nossa, me senti mimada. Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank for the acknowledgement and all the warm words that were directed to me. So much love. And I receive this as positive energy, as an incentive, and as a great responsibility as well. When someone acknowledges our actions, this brings us more responsibility and also the duty to represent in an authentic way these speeches and these expectations. And this is our purpose. But this event would never come true without the participation of many institutions and people, because everything is done by the work of people and the relationships between them. And these relations are the fundamental principle, is the fundamental principle of restorative justice. And I would like to thank, there have been many thanks so far, but I have to thank a lot. First of all, some of the institution, I will talk about the people later, and I apologize if I forget anyone because I didn't really write it down. But I would like to thank, first of all, my court, the Federal Court of the Third Region, the School of Judges, who enabled us to develop this partnership. Also, I'd like to thank the Court of Justice of Mato Grosso do Sul, NUPINAC, and EJUD, two institutions that supported us from the get-go. The judges who are great partners, Judge Wilson Petelli and Odemilson Fassa. They were really our first supporter alongside the Attorney General of the state and the Ministry of the Secretariat of the State, and also other people who helped us going beyond their institutional duties. They just helped us being citizens, and they were not only doing what their job description required. So I would like to thank also Unigram Capital, represented here by Professor João Calves, who agreed to host the workshops that are going to take place in Unigram, and who's also a university who's also been a great partner of restorative justice, and they've included restorative justice in their curriculum, and I would like to thank the institution for that, where I also work. I'd like to also thank ECOA, an NGO represented here by Andre, Daniele, and Talita, who are helping in the organization of this event. I'd also like to thank the accounting office, who's given us great support, represented here by Gerson Dominguez, but also other people like Roberto, who's helped us a lot. I'd also like to thank the companies, because we also brought the private sector into this event, because the philosophy of restorative justice is to establish a safe space for dialogue among all of the stakeholders in a conflict. There is no way to talk about ecology and sustainability and peace culture if we exclude a segment from the concrete world, which are the economic corporations. Because we all here use our cell phones, we all buy our clothes, we all use paper, we all have cars, we all use energy. So all of us are together with the corporate sector, the economy, the companies. There is no way to talk about sustainability if we exclude the productive sector. We have to include them. It's part of the process. It's the view of a conscious, of an aware capitalism. We have to bring all the stakeholders into it. And I would like to thank then Arauco do Brazil and Suzano Cellulose, which are companies that are coming into our state now, and they are part of our community, of our social and our biosphere in the wetlands and in the biome of Cerrado. They are here to dialogue, to be accountable to the society about their sustainability, because they are part of this process. I'd like to thank also the Academic Center Luiz Gama, represented here by Larissa and Alessandra. And I'd also like to thank the students of Unigram to choose the name of Luis Gama as this great thinker in our history.
We have many people, many institutions. I'd like to thank my partners of the everyday life. Because if we want to talk about justice, we start in our most intimate relationships, in our family relationships. I want to thank my family, my husband, my kids. I want to thank the people who work with me in the justice, those who have worked directly in this project like Media, but also those who have worked indirectly in my bureau, because before being an organizer of restorative justice events, I am a judge and I have a demand of processes to actually judge. And my assistants who are over there, they helped me. We had 3 intense months of work and they made it. I want to thank my faithful friend, everyone in every association of judges, JUFEMS, represented by Dr. Ney, who has helped us, the Association of Federal State Judges, Mansour, who's receiving our guests, speakers who came from so far, from the north of the planet, from the south of the planet. We have people who came from Canada. Professor Arthur, we're going to hear him. And other people who came from New Zealand and Australia. We have people here from the north, the south, and the center of the world, from Hawaii. And these people are professionals really linked to restorative justice. They work with it throughout the world, and they gracefully came here, just like Professor Robert, who's going to speak right now. And we can only bring these people because of this person, because of this man here on my side. Because just like I said, life is made of relationships. My grandpa would say, rich is not the person who has money in a bank. Rich is the person who has friends, who has dialogue, who has partnerships, and communicates. And I consider myself a rich woman because I can establish this dialogue with everyone through Professor João Salmo. He brought all these people from several places in the world. So Professor Deborah, Professor Lauren, Adrian, Willis, as you, Valeria, she'll be shortly here. Our brothers and sisters from Argentina, represented by Valeria, as you, Costa. We know the bio-oceanic route is formed by Brazil, Paraguay, Argentina, and Chile, and we will have representatives from Argentina and Chile here. So I thank all of you. But I want to give a special thank to some people here, because if this event, the second International Seminário of Restorative Justice, is happening, it's because we had a first one, right? And if this second seminary happens in the moment of the crisis of the Rio Grande do Sul, the first one was in the moment of the global crisis of COVID. So sometimes, just like I say, sometimes the events are events of our time. We just work. We're just the pencil in the hands of a greater designer, which is Chronos or Universe. And if we had the second, it's because the first one happened. So I want to call here so that we can praise the people who were involved in the first symposium. But before that, I want to thank all my state and federal judge colleagues who are here and praise them, representing a dear friend who's there, Dr. Fernando Pompeu de Camargo. I want to praise Egberto, who's here, a great colleague of the State Justice in São Paulo, but I also want to call here some people so that they can be honored, so that they can share the roses and the good moments and the praises with me.
Justiça, Restaurativa.
The first event of restorative justice in the first seminar was organized by Juve MB, but we also had the participation of Professor João Salm. All of you know him. I want to call here Carla Boin. Carla Boin, we're going to call her to honor her in this moment. Thank you, Carla. I don't know you in person. I'm going to get the chance to know you, but I admire your work. I think alike. We think alike for a long time. Thank you for representing restorative justice. I want to call here Katia Roncado, our dear Katia, who represents us, federal judge who represents us in CNJ. But above all, she's a great colleague and she's engaged in restorative justice. Genuinely, thank you, Katia. We respect you and we thank you. I want to call here Marcelo Salmazo from the Justice Court of São Paulo. He's a pioneer in restorative justice. He's been doing a great work. And all of those who I have not mentioned here, but who have worked somehow for the first seminar to happen, I want to share with you all the praises, the acknowledgments that I have been getting, and the roses. The roses, I want to share them with the audience. And I want to give you the floor. The word has power. And I want us to empower you to empower us as the word representing the founders of this event. We're the second edition, but I'm sure, I'm positive this is going to keep happening because it's important. So I give the floor to the three of you right now.
Olha, é uma emoção.
It's really emotional. I'm really thrilled right now. I didn't know you in person, but we had a conversation, right, Raquel? And João, a dear friend. Dear friend, Marcelo, I greet all of you, everybody who's here with us in person and virtually. And I want to say that a lot of the pandemic that we were going through, a lot of pain, a lot of suffering for the social distancing, the first symposium, the first international symposium was a milestone in my life, and I'm sure that it was a milestone in the life of many people who attended it. It was a moment of care with our relationships. We were really fragile. And that's it. I'm really thankful for being here and for this is continuing. I'm really happy. I'm really happy too. Grateful for this opportunity. Thankful for being able to work with such an amazing friends. And I'm talking about everybody from the Federal Justice, my brother Fernando. We started this journey together when no one believed in the possibility of federal justice. Raquel, who's arriving with her power, her strength, when she talks, she brings power. So my gratitude for not leaving me alone and making me study all the time. Always looking for more. And right now I say that I have family members in Rio Grande do Sul. They are not living this because they're in Caxias. It's the place where they live. It's not impacted, but all of us are being impacted by this. And what I really would like to call your attention to is that restorative justice calls us for our co-responsibility. So there's no use of saying that it's a problem that belongs to the South. All of us, all are interconnected. And our daily actions reflect on a daily basis what we are planting for today and for tomorrow. So, what do we want in terms of quality of life for all of us? Restorative justice invites us to reflect about these things. Thank you for the opportunity. I feel very honored in being here. I did not expect for this moment. And when I saw Raquel, she said, well, I think everybody's according to the program, but because I lived music a lot, what is in the music sheet is good, but improvisation is always good. It's also good. How this is how I live in the jazz and erudite world in this relationship of interconnection, and music is really connected to restorative justice. Maybe one day we're going to talk a lot about that. I'm really honored of being here with my friends Katia and Carla, but I want to have my special salute to João, to Raquel, and congratulate for this great event. We talked one more time about environment. I want to honor all of you who are here, not only seeing but sharing knowledges and sharing co-responsibilities. Our structure, social structure, and our way of thinking that was formatted with this Cartesian paradigm, almost that put us as external observers of nature who look to observe, not only to understand, not less people to smart, but trying to understand for domination. And this domination is being sought in the most objective way possible. When we have the focus on objective, we created a model of thinking where the human being, they feel something else apart from the nature, no ethic limits. And there's a psychoanalyst from the United States with an interesting quote. They said the human being needed to destroy nature in theory and then doing that actually hands-on. And we need a new moment, and a moment with a new set of ideas that is interrelated, and restorative justice and other movements come below that. We're in a moment of the shock or of paradigms. People who are still attached to things that are old but comfortable because it's well known, and so many people who are looking for the new who's waving to something better, but it's yet something to be explored and brings fear. But we're here to work on that. We're here to work on these ideas of restorative justice and the idea of interrelationship and co-responsibility that I learned so much with João. He's been guiding us in this profound conception of restorative justice with Gilberto Benito, who's also here. He's a pioneer in the construction of restorative justice in Brazil. And I honor this person because he has always been my friend. He inspired me in this journey. And great part of the knowledge that I have in restorative justice is that it's in this process. We have an intense friendship, sometimes with some discordances, but we are brothers. We love ourselves as brothers. I thank everyone. I think I prefer be playing than speaking, so thank you.
Na sequência, nós
Now, we're going to watch a best practices pitch from our partners regarding sustainability by our partners and sponsors, Suzano, Paper, and then Arauco. So now I invite all of you to watch this video regarding best practices in sustainability from Suzano Paper and Celluloses. Can we remain here? Okay, so now we can play the video.
Algo que nos acompanha por toda a vida.
There's something that always accompanies us, the choices we make. Choosing going on that date, recycling, calling your family, having a salad, watching just one more episode. Each one, their own way, our choices determine our paths and the future that we dream. With companies, it's no different. At Suzano, our choices are inspired by what's always been beside us, the trees. From them our purpose stemmed to renew life from trees. So how does this materialize into the world? By the plurality of ideas and the diversity of contributors who act in our companies, factories, offices, ports, and technology and distribution centers in Brazil and in the world. And they care for over 2 million hectares of planting and preservation. From eucalyptus trees that are planted and harvested, we produce products that affect the lives of over 2 billion people, like paper packages, future technology in cloths, paper for books and things for cosmetics. And we do all that by another choice to always bring together innovation and sustainability. That's how we manufacture products that can replace plastic and that make us a company that's in bioeconomy. Choices also lead to commitments. And we have 15 commitments to renew life in the people, for the people and the planet. These are our goals that are contributing to take people out of poverty, helping to fight climate change, preserve biodiversity, and offering renewable products and promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's the only way, by one choice at a time, that we can bring and plant today a better future. Suzano, us planting the future. Now I'd invite for this pitch of best practices and sustainability, Dr. Teófilo Militão, representing Arauco do Brasil. Good morning, everyone. You are here presently or virtually. I'd like to greet the authorities here. And I couldn't forget to congratulate Dr. Raquel for her initiative and her courage of bringing an event as large as this. And we're honored here to be a part of this event that deals with a topic that is in the core of our business strategy, which is nature and environment. So we're very honored to be able to support this event. I'd like to use my time here to present to all of you Arauco, a company that has over 20 years in Brazil, but it's fairly new to the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. And also share some best practices that we have locally and that contribute to the topic that's discussed here, which is climate crisis and the care for nature and the environment. So on Arauco, as I said, in our strategy and our purpose in our business, we, through nature and renewable sources, we contribute for the people and the planet. Everyone in the company is very proud and very committed to our goals and teamwork, which we believe, because we believe that our goals are ambitious and we need a united front to be able to get there. Arauco today is the second largest world producer of cellulose and wood panels. We are a Chilean company. Our headquarters are in Santiago, and we have large operations in South America, North America, Europe, and we also have industrial plants in South Africa. We have 55 industrial plants, over 30,000 employees, 1.7 million hectares of forests, over 4,200 clients in over 80 countries. We've been present in Brazil since 2002, and it's a fusion, a merger of different companies that have been acquired in our business of wood paneling. And ever since 2020, we've been present here in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul with the Sucuriú project, which it's a cellulose plant that with a great capacity of production. Our operations in Brazil are focused mainly in the state of Paraná. We have 5 units there, and one of them is in Rio Grande do Sul. We have our offices in São Paulo, and in Mato Grosso do Sul we have a forest operation that will provide for this factory, and we will have our plant here shortly. Our products are wood, pulp, and wood paneling. Our basis is the tree and the nature, and we maximize the value of this product, this material. All of the products and subproducts of trees are used in our process, and the the results is clean energy that's also distributed in the free market of energy. To talk a little bit about our best practices, we're very committed with the main issues that that our planet needs, and our global program is ABC Plus, which consists on a very conscious and efficient use of water, the protection of biodiversity. We contribute to mitigate climate crisis, and also we support circular economy. We're the first company in the forest sector to be certified as zero carbon. Our emissions have a highly positive result because our processes have very low emissions and our forests capture carbon from the atmosphere. Recently, SBTi has approved our commitment of reducing 1.5 million tons of carbon dioxide up to 2030, which means it's equivalent to a reduction of 330,000 cars in the world. And we're also going to reduce emissions in our processes. Now, in terms of biodiversity, something that's very dear to us, we have this image from a conservation unit in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. Our area, our forest area is nearly 500,000 hectares. We have 166 hotspots, which means areas of high value and biodiversity. And this is an image of a sort of panther that was not seen very much, but now is getting back to its natural habitat. And lastly, this is one of our social projects that we have developed here, which is based on environment, education, culture and sports, and relationship with the community. These are images from these social projects that we have. One of them is the project of continued education for teachers, in which we try to train teachers because we believe very much in the transformative power of education. And this is why us at Arauco feel very comfortable to say out loud our slogan, which is renewables for a better life. We believe in that very much. Thank you, Professor Raquel. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Now, we are going to hear from our dear Robert Yazzie, who will be talking about the Navajo way of making peace. So I recommend to everyone in the audience, if you don't understand English, you could use our transmitters, our receptors, just quickly go pick it up outside, because Professor Dr. Robert Yazzie needs to leave today, this afternoon. His flight leaves at 2:30. He has to go back to San Francisco tomorrow, so because he will be then going to Asia to give a lecture. So this is just for you to understand how important this man is. He dedicates to the cause of restorative justice and indigenous people and nature for our planet in an uninterested way, and just voluntarily, just to enrich in our knowledge. So we'd like to honor his presence very much. And a way to express this honor is to allow for him more space, more time for him to share his knowledge with us. So I suggest that you go pick up your transmitters at the door to the left. I'd also like to salute Lauren Walker. Aloha. Can you hear me? Aloha. Professor Lauren came from Hawaii to our event. She is a great researcher in restorative justice. So let's give her a hand of applause. Deborah, Professor Deborah from Australia is here too. Professor Adrienne. Professor Ezio Costa, are you here? Not sure if he's here yet. He may be on his way. So Willis from New Zealand, welcome as well. Julia, welcome. I'd like to also acknowledge Professor Arthur from Canada, Reverend Arthur, who came from Canada, to bring knowledge on concentric circles, the circle within the circles of reintegration, which is an actual act of love and peace building. We're going to have the privilege to know about this in the workshops. So apart from this event that's on internet as well, in the biopark, we also have workshops on restorative justice. who will take place in Unigram Capital. These are in-house workshops. We have 4 workshops, and they are restricted to the people who work in the judicial system, or professors, or people related to the education, psychology, or social services. We have workshops on reintegration, which will be led by Professor Lauren and Enrique Castro, a judge from Mato Grosso do Sul who studies restorative justice as well. We'll also have workshops on childhood and youth and restorative justice with Sabrina Paroli. No, I'm sorry, with Professor Marcelo Salmazo and Roberto Ferreira, and a judge from the United States, Colleen, who will be talking about this. And we will also have a workshop on restorative justice, the institutionalization of restorative justice on the 9th at 9 a.m., and that is open to all public. So Grazia Manozzi from Italy is going to take part virtually from Italy, Professor João Salm, and Professor Sabrina Paroli. These will also happen in Unigram Capital. And here we're going to have many panels regarding sustainability, nature rights, and epistemological equity and epistemological justice, and considering the knowledges of traditional peoples. And we're going to have indigenous peoples from 6 different indigenous nations. Dear Robert, this park is called Park of the Indigenous Nations. And it's my dream, it was my dream to have an event here, a meeting of different indigenous peoples, and we did it. We're making this dream come true. Now we have the Navajo, right? We have the Sioux, we have the Maoris from New Zealand. We're going to have Tarinas, represented by Priscila Caetano Amorim and Antonio Cesar. The Guatos, represented by our dear Catarina Guato. A round of applause. And the Guarani Kiowa, who will be represented by Professor Alvaro Gonzalez. So over these 2 days, this park will do justice to its name. It's going to be really a park of the indigenous nations, because different indigenous nations from the North Hemisphere, from Oceania, and from South America are gathering here. And this, for us, Robert, is a privilege, is an honor. And I believe this meeting brings a new era, a time for the union of the indigenous peoples in the country, in the planet, which will open a window, an ontological window, a new way to access the being and life, an epistemological window, a new way to produce knowledge, because the way we produce knowledge based only on what's abstract, only on abstract knowledge and conceptual knowledge, has brought us to the crisis of the Anthropocene. What is the crisis of the Anthropocene? It's what's happening today in the south of Brazil. That's an expression of the Anthropocene. Anthrop relates to the human species, the Homo sapiens, which is interfering in the geology of the earth. We are leaving the Holocene and entering the Anthropocene, a historical moment in the planet in which the Homo sapiens has interfered in the structure of the earth, deregulating climate systems. But this didn't happen, this wasn't done by all of the sapiens. It was done stemming from an imposed knowledge to the peoples in Africa, in Americas, in Oceania. It's an Eurocentered knowledge developed in the modern era. Knowledge that has treated nature as an object and treated human beings as objects and brought us to the climate crisis, to this ethical crisis, because our relationships are also wearing out. We are in the 21st century restarting a new Cold War, maybe even worse than the one in the 20th century. So now we need to listen from our masters. And our masters are those who were not contaminated by this Cartesian knowledge, by this Newtonian knowledge, those who were not contaminated by the colonization. It's impossible to talk about restorative justice and environment if we insist to remain within colonial structures. And grounds of this seminar is decolonization, the decolonization of the way of doing justice. As our counselor said, we have to rethink the concept of justice itself. And we will rethink. We will rethink from the view of these indigenous peoples who will be here to teach us. So from this moment on, I'm going to give the floor. I believe all of you have your transmitters already.
You all have the headphones, right? If you need, please go here so you won't lose a minute, not even a minute of this precious talk. And before he starts, I'm gonna show you Dr. Catarina Dato, representative of the Canoe Indigenous, to salute Dr. Robert Yas, which is a judge from Navajo judge. I'm gonna give Dr. Catarina the mic. Good morning, everyone who are here. I'm not gonna be able to mention everyone's name. Everyone who's here, have a great day. Good morning. Brother from the north, Navajo, Robert. We today, the Guatod people, the people who use canoes, the guardians of the waters of Guadalcan, we salute you and greet you with the strength and the spirituality of the river, Paraguay River, São Lourenço River, Taquari River, Alegre River, Caracara River, and Cambarazinho River. We salute you, brother, from the north, with the beauty of the mountains of Amolar. Welcome to Guadalcan. May the non-indigenous people used to know as one day of Pantanal, but Guadalcan is written in our souls, in our Guató souls, and in our DNA. Guadalcan is life, harmony, and bountifulness. Welcome to Guadalcan. Catarina is now also going to give a gift, which is a craftsmanship from the Guató indigenous people, a gift for our guest here. So we're going to see a short video of Pantanal. And during this moment, she's going to take this gift to salute and congratulate and give this gift to our speaker.
Dando sequência aqui aos trabalhos.
Moving on. Catarina said that Pantanal, before being called the Pantanal, was called Guadacã. Guadacã is the name that Guató, the indigenous people who are the guardians of the waters of Pantanal, they gave to this biome. Then the colonizers, the Spanish people, gave the name of Xaraé of the 16th century. And then Portuguese people called it Pantanal. But for these people who are the guardians of the waters, Pantanal is called Guadacã. And Guadacã is a word that brings the energy of life, the energy of harmony, the energy of bountifulness. Guadacã is a word that is restorative because it means the relationship of the living beings, the human being with waters, with animals, with mountains and plants. So I claim all of you to salute in this biopark that we call Pantanal, with the name of this biome that is written, just like Catarina said, it's written in the DNA of the Guató. Let's call Pantanal Guadacã. 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 And now I'm going to give the opportunity to our guest Robert so he can teach us how Navajo can make peace.
Yak A.
Yak it. Good morning.
I'm from the Navajo Nation, and my people are the Net people. And we live in the Southwest in the state of Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah. Our land base is about 27,000 square miles, and I'm very happy to be here, and I appreciate the invitation for me to share what I know from my experience, from my knowledge about Navajo peacemaking. So I thank Judge Dominguez and Joel for the invitation. And I will do my best to give you what you would want to know. So my people, the Navajo people, we speak Navajo. We still speak Navajo. And we still live in the traditional way. And I'm going to relate to the Navajo language, relate to the culture, the way of life, to explain the foundation to Navajo peacemaking. Just to let you know that restorative justice, the many people who are involved with the movement have learned from the indigenous people about restorative justice. Otherwise, restorative justice have no basis as far as the non-Indians are concerned. They rely on us to teach them about peacemaking, a way of life, a way to keep, maintain relationship. So, my identity, we still have relationship in a way that we have clanship. So my mother is of the Ahni clan. My father of the Tudichini, the Bitterwater. And my grandfather, Hashlishni, the Mud clan. And my paternal grandparents, or Kia'ani, the towering building. So I want to acknowledge all the guests here and the dignitaries, and I do so with much respect to you. And because we have people who have organized this conference for a reason, and that I wish to thank them for the work that they have done. And more importantly, we need to recognize and honor the presence of the indigenous peoples. So it is because of them I feel very honored being here, as well as all the people of this state and of this country. And my main purpose that I want to give you is to explore the Navajo peacemaking and how the people use peacemaking to talk things out with each other. So I'm going to give you an approach and something maybe that's new to you. We call 4 direction. And the sun here represents 4 direction. The sun here says, I am, life. I bring you thinking of the day. So the four direction is to understand what the definition is about and how it is to understand the four direction to the east, to the south, to the west, to the north. And we stand on Mother Earth and we see the universe which we relate to as our Father. So the four direction comes from them in terms of our knowledge of peacemaking. And so we all come from different directions. And some of us come with strong sense of our own roots, and some of us not. Our roots are important. They connect us to the practice of our ancestors to make life better. They represent life, philosophy, and wisdom. Our roots give us a foundation, stability, and resilience. Roots support our growth. So, what do we take away from this? What do we take away from this event? We take away what we share. I am here to share and to receive from you as well, exchange of what you know about peacemaking. What I share with you is my commitment and my life. My roots are in Navajo peacemaking. I know there are other indigenous peoples from here who are from different tribes today. And again, I feel very good standing here speaking to you. So in terms of my background, my work, I was the district judge for the Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation is a federally recognized nation. We have land, I just told you, 27,000 square miles. We have our own government, our own police, and we have our own court system. And it's called the Navajo Nation Court System. And later I became the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. And I served in that capacity for 12 years. And I really enjoyed my work, especially working with the people. And I teach Anglo law as well as the Navajo fundamental law at the University, Navajo Technical University in Crown Point, New Mexico. I organized Navajo grassroots peacemaking for the benefit of Navajo communities. I work with other Navajo peacemakers from other tribes and indigenous groups. I also work with indigenous, non-indigenous people and groups about peacemaking. So I appreciate your presence today. So in terms of the roots of Navajo life and other indigenous life, we can see that here on the screen, we can say from sunrise to sunset, we are encouraged to learn and teach our indigenous knowledge. We are responsible to teach what we learn to our children, family, leaders, and our nations. We use what we learn to help each other. It is important that our indigenous people, especially our young people, learn and understand the law of our ancestors. My grandfather always said to me, when you teach Navajo law, keep it simple. Don't make it complicated. So in the Navajo tradition, we have 4 directional thinking. And it is our method, our approach to solving problems. whatever the problem may be, we use this for the directional problem-solving method. We've been doing that since time immemorial. From the day of creation is when peacemaking came to us. So you might ask the question, what is peacemaking? What do you do that will shed some light on the question? How do we learn to solve problems? Did we just come together and just talk? Did we simply argue with each other with fighting words? No, there's order and respect involved. So in terms of what is peacemaking, how do we use it? Some Navajos remember stories, Navajo stories that guide us. We remember the story of earth, of the sun and earth. This is where we start with the definition, what is peacemaking? Way back in time, the entire universe was in disarray. There was chaos everywhere. The sun and the earth were upset with each other for some time. There were no order or consistency of how the world functioned. The sun came up at midday and set backwards. The light it shed was inconsistent. There was no order on life, no order on earth. No rain, drought everywhere. One day the sun said to the earth, "Can we come together and make a life with each other?" After a while, the earth said, "If you talk to me the same way I talk to you, if you treat me the same way you treat me, things are possible. Then I'm willing to live with you in harmony." The earth and the sun made peace with each other, and a permanent relationship between them was established. Peace became law, and peacemaking was born. To this day, this is the teaching that says, wherever there's a problem, there's a solution. The permanent path of the sun, traveling clockwise, begins. It rises in the east, just as we see it on the screen, appearing in the south midday, setting in the west, and night appearing from the north. The positions of the sun are the four directions. The sun and the earth teach us the value of permanent relationship, very important in peacemaking. And relationship is the essence of peacemaking. The sun and earth also taught us the way we solve problems. The way we solve problems starts with thinking. In Saha case, that's how we say it. Thinking is key, like a car, to start moving. Navajo thinking, is it an element of peacemaking? If that's the case, how so? So we tell stories to understand what we need to understand. So here it is a must to look at how the animals were selected as leaders. When the people lived together, again, there was no order between them because they had no leader. Much confusion, no direction. This is what prompted them to think about the need for a leader. They thought about choosing one from the animals, but they could not decide which one would be best. Some wanted the wolf, Some wanted the bluebird. Others wanted the mountain lion. And others wanted the hummingbird. Because they didn't agree, they sent each one out in one of the four directions, to the east, to the south, to the west, and north, to bring back substance of leadership. So again, the wolf went east and brought back thinking. We call it nsahakes. The bluebird went south and brought back the value of planning. We call nahata. The mountain lion went west and came back with life, ina. Hummingbird went north and brought back what we call sihasen, which can be translated as hope and reverence. So the people felt each of these elements brought back were crucial to life and leadership. So what the people did, they selected all the animals to be leaders. They said, better yet, we must look at the word collegiality. Collegiality means leaders working together, not separately. So, what does this story teach us about peacemaking? The wolf brings the ability to think. Bluebird brings the planning, opportunity to speak and listen about options for solution. The lion brings the substance of what goes with life. Life meaning movement, energy, commitment to deliver what you said you're going to deliver. That words are sacred, and that everyone needs to work together, and we call that alka and jitja, everybody doing the same thing to reach the goal. So people work together to make things happen. And only then, when people can work together, can things happen. Bluebird brings us hope and achieving the result, the desired result. So the four direction requires the presence, what the animals brought back to the people. So the planning, the four elements, is about thinking, planning, life, and desired result. And they are indispensable of each other. If one of them is missing, have nothing, no life, no result. These are the qualifications of good relations, good leadership, and good governance. So this is something you and I need to listen. Here I am sharing my knowledge, my indigenous experience. Sometimes, if people don't understand a new thought, they would just back off and do nothing. And some would go forward and say, I need to know more. What are you talking about when you say four direction? Is that something new? I'm here to tell you I didn't invent that. I listen to elders. I go to ceremonies. What they say is very important. So, we have laws as a Navajo Nation government. In our law, there's a thing that's called the Ne Bebehas Ani Betsasale. It's a declaration for the first time. Rather than looking to the European way of lawmaking, we said, how do we, how do we craft a law that serves, our need? And there's always, when you ask a question, an elder would talk, back in time. here, if you say, how did the law start for the Navajo people? What's the origin? The answer would be through prayers and songs. Vegetation with the element of life. And they place fire and sacred stones with the ability to achieve desired results. So it is this very placement, the way things happen, is what became our first law, given to us by the holy people. So this explains how the element of thinking always comes before planning. And that is where we get the order of life, the order of thinking. The very first thing that comes about is thinking. Then you go to the next step, which is the plan. Then you go and say, is there life in it? And then the end result, you never know. Whatever you do with these elements, what results do you get? What is your desired results? To tell you the truth, that a desired result is never perfect. In America, the way we think, everything can come to be of perfection. But what the Navajos are saying is that the end result to what you do, whether you get a job, education, is Hassan. You do the best you can. And one thing to understand about this word, si, means good. Hassan is how you think about it. So when you stand there, you stand between perfection and imperfection. I went to church, Christian church a lot when I was small. I wanted to become a minister. I went to a private school to achieve, to earn my degree in ministry. I didn't go, I went one semester. And I was the only Navajo among all the white students. And this is the first time I saw myself, there alone. It was a good experience. It's amazing how, as an individual, you go to a place, to a land, to a different group of people, and you're there all by yourself. It gives me a sense of, joy. It gives me a sense of curiosity. I learn from them. I appreciate them. So the question is, we want to learn more of this, the Nebabehazani, the law. The medicine person, knowledge holders, will say, you cannot learn everything there is to know. No matter how many PhDs and master's degree you have it, you can never learn everything. When you learn more, there is more to learn. So, this law that we call Nihipehaz'ah means what's permitted, comes through our language, our songs, our prayers, and through the wisdom of the people, because they've been walking the earth for a long, long time. And we learn from this experience what is Navajo common law. So when we look at four direction, we need to understand its nature. When you think, when you plan, when you look at the implementation of what your thoughts, then you get a result. And so we teach people, what does this mean in terms of its nature, four direction? So we say that when you work the four direction, eventually that means experience and wisdom to be gained. And peacemaking just doesn't happen. There's always a reason. And there was a reason for it to become present, so that life could be dealt with in a way that to make things better. For better or for worse, people have choices. Peacemaking gives a way to put the pieces back together. You see a broken window, all shattered. You see the cracks. Even then, you can put the pieces back together in a way that there is an effort to repair the harm or injury. You do your very possible best to put the pieces back together. So in peacemaking, we have to learn to achieve the end result. When families come together, fight with each other, and there's a time when they are willing to come together, willing to talk to each other. And as you know, we have leaders, and peacemakers are leaders. They're the ones who run the peacemaking, facilitate peacemaking. The ultimate function is to lead the people with their thinking, ability to plan, ability to persuade without humiliation, but must maintain respect and honor for the will of the people and to support their agreement. That is what we're about as Navajo people. When the American culture came, you know, things kind of came upside down. The older people will say it was meant to be that way, so that we can learn to deal with the worst type of chaos. Learn how to think, learn how to plan, learn how to put things in action, and learn how to see the end result. And if it doesn't work, don't be disappointed, is what they would say. You still have hope and reverence in you. So, when the medicine men are out and women teach us about the method of the four direction, thinking, planning with commitment, and achieving end results have to be put in place to give life. Life moves in a clockwise fashion. We need these four direction elements. Otherwise, life and peace will not be possible, and chaos will remain. In the end, you may not always get what you want. That's a matter of reality. When people come bring their thoughts together, plan together, implement together, they see the results together. This is the value of peacemaking. And seeing how it moves us forward in our leadership, in our government, and our communities. That is very important. And this is why we talk about the animal story. And it's necessary to use these stories to demonstrate that leaders can work together as collegiality shows companionship, collaboration, and shared responsibility to restore what? Ourselves. We have a government that is modeled after the United States government. I'm not here to, to talk against anything. I'm here to talk about respect and how we as Navajo people deal with chaos, the worst of the worst situation. So we can say when we learn about four direction and peacemaking, they go together and they work together and they can be applied to any problem anywhere. So, when we look at the word in Sahakes, which represents thinking, is an element of four direction. Thinking comes before planning. So when you wake up in the morning, you first think, the last, where am I? Then you think, what needs to be done for the day? Then this would lead some to planning and solution by the people. My uncle used to always say, now pay attention closely. He says, when you wake up in the morning, you wake up with your thoughts. You think about your worries, something that is bothering you. Don't just think. You can think with life. The word ina means movement, energy to your life. Your thoughts on the problem is, anything's possible. You can do something with the problems. You have the choice, do something or do nothing. If you do nothing, let things be, there will be consequences. The choice is up to you, whether you want to do something or not. So I learned from my uncle that if something needs to be done with our thoughts, we must bring our thoughts to life, proceed with a plan and commitment. That is how we achieve the results. So some people may say, well, why are you just spinning your wheels, saying the same old thing over and over? Learning indigenous knowledge is not easy. When I went to school, college, you will learn everything there is to know for the 4 years. And the day you graduate, you don't remember anything. So that's why, it's best, when you sing that song, learn it well. Because you're going to use songs to make things happen. So, earlier we mentioned the path of the sun and the location of the sacred mountains. So the holy people gave us these 4 directions to teach us relationship that all things in the universe teaches us. The word K. Can you say K? K. K''E. It means I do something according to you. That's highly valued. When you show courtesy, when you show hospitality, you're doing things according to that person. And that word can be defined in many ways. It's multi-dimensional. The creation story and journey narratives is something we listen to because it teaches us about law, the Nebabehazani. The Navajos always say, keep things in their proper place. We must work together to maintain order. There is the word, Navajo word, very common. A lot of non-Indians learn this term, Hujon. Can you say that? Hujon. Hujon. Nahatot lesh. Nahatot lesh means the good will come again. So that's the end result of peacemaking. So the word restorative justice is Navajo. The word restorative justice is also, spoken in other, Indian languages. So we have a brother here, Ed, from South Dakota. his people talk about Huizhong in their way. Wash day, wash da, wash day, wash da. So when I go to them, I try to learn the language. And I try, to be a part of their life way. Something that, the best you can do. So, as I said earlier, universe began in chaos. So Navajos say, things have to get worse in order to make it better. So, chaos of the universe resulted into what? Permanent relationship. Relationship. When I study, the non-indigenous material, I went to law school, I graduated from law school, I practiced law. Now I teach. I love to teach. I love to teach young minds. And when I teach certain subjects like ethics, my attempt is to try to make clear the principles that guide the relationship between the lawyer and the client. And when I see the connection, when I see what the lawyer, the responsibility that he or she has is, to maintain competence, to maintain communication about the status of the case, to keep confidentiality of any information given to you as a lawyer. So, but reading the code of responsibility in law school, and I was a judge over 20 years, and never have I ever seen any mention of what relationship means. And the only thing that I can think of is that when you see relationship, when the Indian people exercise the relationship, they embrace that term. Embrace meaning to make that, give life to that word, relationship, to become a part of you. The medicine people will say, you can learn about creation, but there are some level you may not understand the stories. You may not understand its meaning, how those words are understood and used in life. He said, unless you begin to embrace the knowledge into your system. And the difference I see as a lawyer, as a judge, we don't, make things a part of us. Maybe that's why I couldn't remember anything upon graduation, all the stuff that I learned. But when I go to a ceremony, guess what? I sit there all night, from 8 o'clock until 6 o'clock in the morning. You sit in one spot. You listen to the prayers. You listen to the song. Something like, Dia, 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 bhagana shado, dia, 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 bhagana shado, kasa anave, kapega hujoko sendishleya, dia, dia, bhagana shado. I know what that means. It's a story. This is how you learn law. Behaz means what is permitted against what is not permitted. Now, as a judge, I tell people, you violated the law. Only looking at the case one side. You violated the law. All the prosecutor has to do is prove to the jury that this person is guilty, because I prove my case against that defendant. Proof beyond reasonable doubt. So in Navajo, I have no idea what that means. You know? But I was a judge. And I understand the work of a judge. And now I understand the people who come before you. There's much responsibility to be exercised as a judge. It's not a matter of reading the book, the law, and said, this is justice. Put that law aside, and you're not doing anything wrong by doing that. Because you, as a judge, represent justice. And you'll be spending your life trying to define what is justice. So you would take that word into the Navajo thinking, into the Navajo planning, into the Navajo life, into the Navajo end result. What do you come up with? A solution. What solution? Relationship. What is relationship? Well, I told you about the sun and the earth. What did they go through? You know, chaos. In order to establish permanent relationship. Peacemaking doesn't make sense. As you say, peace, if you try to understand peace on its own, it doesn't make sense. So you have to think in an indigenous way, Navajo way, the Sioux way, and said, here is peace, here is chaos. The two go together, and you and I are in between those two forces. And we're able to think, what is chaos? What is Huzhong as law? So if you're able to understand Huzhong and chaos in a given case, domestic violence, you know, it doesn't make sense just to say you are guilty of this charge and you shall serve, 6 months in jail. I did that. And guess what? That same person, you know, came to me the second time, the third time on the same charge. What's going on? You know? You know, it's so I'm happy to be here. You're talking about, let's change. You know, what is it we need to understand? I think the very point that you're sitting here is giving you something. You may not understand what I'm saying in the Navajo language, or the Sioux language, or the language of other indigenous peoples here. We will do our best. Because in Navajo philosophy, in indigenous philosophy, we're all our relatives in one way or another. Whether you are a different color or not. And also, when you visit people, I like to travel, I like to meet people. I like to observe how people live, how they think. Sometimes it's obvious. When you are a person of color, you can see the demeanor. You're not welcome here, right? What if you take those matters, peacemaking, into a session? Create a circle. What does the moon, the earth say to you? What does the water say to you? What does the air say to you? There are living beings. Why? Because they are a part of us as a human being. Without water, I can't live. Without, fire in me, I can't live. Without the growth of my body, I can't live. Without the air, I can't live. So if you want to learn direction, for direction, pay a visit to your indigenous people. Maybe for the moment, forget what you know. Come out of your box, your lawyer thinking, your judge thinking, and say, what is life about? When I teach law to the students, I say law is not everything. Law is something that lives in us. Law is something that lives in other people. Law is something that teaches connection. So when you understand the connection, you understand the legal term of relationship. And you have something to teach to the non-Indian world, especially lawyers. So, I said to you, my background, I love to teach. I love to teach young minds, because they are going to be responsible, accountable in their future. Learn as much as you can. Even though the subject matter may be difficult, never mind, study it anyway. So I'm here reading my stuff to you. In case I go blank, I have something to read, something to offer. So, something that I wanted to just share with you. This is a sunrise. Shata'a, sha. Atinti means light. Shanti means there's the rays is what? The roots to the sun. Navajos look at these, not just to say, let's look at the sunlight. It's good that it's a sunny day. More than that, they would take their corn pollen and face the east and stand there until the sun comes up and be able to be blessed. Yat e apene, it means good morning. Bon dia. Work you up, huh? Good. So, I'm not sure if this is an upper. I'm trying to show you some pictures. Yeah. I'm trying to push the button. Okay. Is it? So, when I was asked to speak, the invitation came to me by Judge Dominguez. When I got the letter, I immediately responded to the invitation, saying, of course I will come. It may take hours and hours just to get here, but it's worth it. So this is our Navajo people, our men, sitting down talking with each other. The man in the straw hat is a medicine man. The one who's sitting in the middle, his name is Peterson Zaw. And the other one is also another leader, was a council leader for a long time. So they're all gone. We just remember them, what they have taught, and how they help people, heal people, give direction to people. And when you talk with them, when we're still on earth, they would say, you know, what the future holds. And they would remind people, itahos ah, itahos ah. Can you say that? Itahos ah. Come on, come on. Itahos ah means learn, learn. Don't ask too many questions. Just listen. You know? I mean, I have students who ask questions left and right. And I, in turn, when I teach law, I ask a lot of questions. And one student says, why are you doing that? Why don't you just tell us the answer? He says, if I give you the answer, you will never learn, you know, how to use your thinking, how to analyze situations. So, I'm showing you this picture to talk as much as I can about the four directions. And so, this is a male Hogan. This is where all the men who taught culture, men who were medicine people, would gather in this Hogan. And during the course of a day, early in the morning, they would come together. And they would talk philosophy. They would talk about abstract way of learning things. The word I said, "huizhong," what does that mean? It means a perfect state of condition, that everything is in their place. A perfect state of condition, that everything is in their place, is all about what peacemaking does. So when people learn about, you know, deep thinking in the Navajo way, the indigenous people, this is where they would gather. And they would talk about concepts, their ceremonial practice. So some of you people do research. And what these men did, they would deconstruct concepts from the bottom up and then put things back together as though like you're working with a puzzle. He says, if you can do that, you know, the concept like huizhong holds water. You're not just using it because it has meaning. It has a purpose. It has power. So huizhong nahato tlesh is what we call peacemaking. Huizhong means good. Nahato tlesh means again. That's restorative justice. That is what we learned, I mean, way back in time, since we were, you know, in the womb of our mother. The songs, the prayers start. When we come out, the baby would be held and put their head to the fire to tell the fire, here's a child. You know, bless the child, the future. their ability to be, a human being, their ability to think and to speak and to put things in place, and to say that this child is so these are the Navajo people, 400,000 Navajos. We live in remote areas. And I grew up in a remote area. And I remember all my childhood. I didn't speak English until I was, taken away from my family to attend boarding school, federal boarding school. In boarding school, you were prohibited from speaking, not to speak your language. I'm telling you this for a purpose, to make a point. That the language was out of the question. So when I attended boarding school at a place called Tohatchi, New Mexico, all the students my age were all Navajos, and we all spoke in Navajo. No English. Don't say it. There's no good morning or no bon dia. It's just all yat e. Beautiful. But still, the policy of the federal boarding school was to assimilate the Indian people into the mainstream of American life. And boarding school was a way to do that. I mean, the government really thought deeply. What do we do with these people? We can't get rid of them. We can't, spread disease among them. So what do we do? So they have to go back to the blackboard and then figure a way out. What is the best policy to regulate Indian people? Is to send them to school, a way they can be, become part of the American mainstream. And as well as, if you're all Navajos, you would all be given a ticket, one-way bus ticket into the city. Your one-way bus ticket will say, you are now going to be, a mechanic. And I was given a bus ticket to study electronics. I didn't go. After graduation, June 15th was the day I was supposed to be at the bus station to catch, a one-way to Oakland, California. But I refused to go. I wanted to go to college. And I did go to college. And I think the college just, in time led me to what I'm doing right now, is to spend my life studying, the culture of our people, to share how do we, come together as people, to talk to you about the meaning of four direction, And I've been doing that as an instructor. Sometimes I would think, even when you teach, knowledge in the indigenous way, it's very difficult for the young minds to understand. So what I'm saying, in order to learn knowledge, you have to live it. You have to speak it. You have to be among people who will encourage you even more to promote your understanding of the world. So I stand before you, and I hope what I'm saying, something you will remember. Okay. So, 1 hour. 1 hour. So what I have on the board here is the Navajo steps. When you plan things, everything becomes a matter of plan in Navajo life. So, if I show you something, okay, go to this right here. Peacemaking, we always talk about the circle. And if you look at it, more and more, you would understand that, indigenous life is just about circle. And so the circle could be a matter of ceremony. A circle would be a matter of, an event, like a powwow. So the circle here is where people come together to talk things out with each other, to put things on the table. And one thing that, as a judge, if somebody was arrested for a crime, they would come before me, and, I would have to listen to the prosecutors proving their case. But then the thought comes to you as a judge, what about the Indian people? What did they do? What was their definition of custom law? What was their definition of traditional law? And if you see and look around, you'll see some, signs that tells the story about, there's a purpose for everything. People just don't do things just for the purpose of doing it. So when you have a thought, maybe some people can think all day and sit and look at the sky. But my uncle would say, do something. Do something with your thought. So a lot of people, a lot of Indian people are encouraged to do just that, do something. So doing something means coming together for a purpose. This could be a celebration, of the local people. And they wear their best, in the circle to demonstrate their dignity, their respect. And that this is how people maintain relationship, stay connected, is coming together as a group. So when you're talking about peacemaking, you're talking about the same thing. You're coming here for a purpose. And if you don't want to be in the circle, you don't have to be in the circle. If you don't participate and learn, what there's to learn about life, good luck, is what they will say. You got to put yourself into it. And this is where I would say, when Indian people do these things, when leaders come together, they would speak their mind, whatever they might have, the thoughts they have, the plans they have, is something that comes from within. Hayito, hui isti, When when as little children going to boarding school, you know, the school, the teachers would say, do as we say or else. And we had to pay attention. Just only to find out as you grow, you're not being given the opportunity to know who you are in terms of your identity, in terms of your name, in terms of your culture, in terms of your relationship. Everything that you know, is something that's talked out of you, out of your system, and replaced with something that, as a matter of outside force. In this case, the law. We're told that, where our culture it doesn't amount to anything. So much that when I was growing up, my relatives began to, not really think worthy of themselves. So now I know why, what happened then. But still, there are other Navajos who really stand with a foundation, stand with their culture, their language, their relationship. They would always maintain that consistency. Consistency of, kehwin zen means you're nice to people. So sometimes it always pays to go around, to look at people as though they are your relatives. Even though we learn about individualism. Individualism by saying, this is my right, I don't have to do what people tell me. I can go on my own. And the advice is, you have that opportunity. But when you are a part of the family here in the circle, like peacemaking, when you open yourself, to what's going on, and people begin to make a change in their life, because they go to places where they're wanted. And there are people who do not have that sense, our own children, who, spend their life and say, I don't have to do what you tell me. My children, gave me that challenge. So the only thing was to, stand your ground as a parent. To just tell them, again and again and again. And someday they will appreciate that. Someday they will think this is what I've been taught, And someday Navajos say, I've been taught by my mother, father, aunt, uncle about, the direction, a way of thinking. When I was 7 years old, somebody would say, I was told, given the instruction, take care of the sheep. And any day you could see 300 heads of sheep roaming about. Some would be herding sheep all day. And there would be little ones learning how to do that. And the purpose of, herding sheep as a matter of teaching was to give, someone growing up the opportunity to develop your mind. They weren't always told what to do, step by step. They were told, means my little child, you will herd sheep, remembering your responsibility at a young age. And parents knew that, sometimes that won't be the case at the end of the day. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about peacemaking is life. Peacemaking is just not coming today and, listening to each other about what we know about peacemaking. Peacemaking is the center, is the center of our home, somebody would say. And if we learn, the more we learn, the better. So children learn values, core values. And sometimes when we have peace, when there's peacemaking, people would ask each other, you know, what did your relative teach you in terms of what you value most? If you sit in the circle and you tell each other, what core value was taught to you and who gave it to you? Sometimes I would say, Joba means someone who is willing to give. And that was given to me by my aunt. And that is something that she always did and lived that way. So you want to know about what is peacemaking? And I've been standing here teaching about it's a matter of thinking, a matter of practice, a matter of planning things, a matter of living, you know, the principle of peacemaking. And also at the end, you may not always get what you want. And somebody will say, that's all right, you know. Nothing is never perfect. So I have the lunchtime. So I hope my presence means something to you. I'm not here as an individual. I'm here to represent my people. And for that matter, I mean, I'm just an example of another indigenous people who represents other indigenous people. They have their own story, and we have our own story. At times we see opportunity, a chance to make exchange. So there's growth in peacemaking. And someday we would like to see peacemaking as a part of the Navajo government. And someday we'd like to see that the court, you know, how the court handles cases. The judges must learn what resonates with the people. What resonates with the people means, what is it that the people out there, the indigenous people, understand? When people, Navajos, come to court, there has to be always an interpreter to interpret the rights to the Navajo clients. So it's always nice to hear, you know, if you're in court, you are able to understand the proceeding, what the lawyers say, what the judge say, in the language you best understand. So the aim in the future is to make Navajo courts a place of peacemaking. And sometimes, you know, the judges would think, well, I don't think so. Navajo judges. I mean, there's plenty to do out there. There's more problems than we can ever imagine. There are a lot of cases going to the Navajo courts. And a lot of it just is becoming a matter of revolving door. The same people show up. But if we have peacemaking, you know, just imagine where the jury sits, replace where the jury sits with peacemakers. And be able to talk, you know, open the door. If there's a charge to be heard, this, let's say, assault and battery. Rather than looking at the book and say, this is what needs to be proven to bring justice here. Rather than doing that, the peacemakers would use their own knowledge, their own sense of their own ability to make decisions, their ability to make plans, how they understand life, you know. And it's amazing how people can demonstrate ability, capacity, the mind to run a court system. So I'm not saying this as a takeover of the government and to dismiss all leadership. What I'm saying here is this, that the community, you know, there's a high crime rate. There's many domestic violence that are undressed. So it's better to, you know, learn for the people to learn about peacemaking and make that as the, you know, the most important factor in terms of, you know, solving problems. And I want to thank you for your time. And in conclusion, I just wanted to say that the story that I always remember is about changing a woman. Changing woman is a woman who grew up, who gave birth to twins. Changing woman came about when there was chaos on the world, in this world, the fourth world. And what was going on was that, you know, all the people were being destroyed. All the good things were being destroyed. And the force of Naye, which means the negative forces, the monsters, were around, killing everybody. So much that, you know, something had to be done to stop that. So the twins were born because of the plans that the holy people made. Somehow, some way, we have to think, we have to plan, we have to work with the element of life and the end result. And they did that. They studied the problem as people were suffering. So the twins came and make all the difference. They learned and grew up with the people. They were given mentorship by other, you know, other beings. And they went to see their father, the son. And the father failed to, refused to recognize them as their children. But the twins were very adamant. They said, the people down below on earth are being destroyed. It is caused by this big monster. And the son said, you know, that's a shame to do something like that. Just remember that the monster is your brother. And I'm not going to go to the point to destroy my own blood children. But because they were very adamant of what's happening, the son changed, you know, made a change of mind and accepted what the twins were talking about. And so the twins came back and nearly destroyed all the Naye, the monsters. And so changing woman was there, fulfilling a role to make things happen. So when the balance was, you know, regained, that everything was okay and the twins had prevailed, the changing woman said, my job is done. I'm going home. I taught you what I can. But I'm going home. Don't follow me. Just, you know, stay here. She left. Lo and behold, the children saw a need to seek her out. And she knew that. And she accepted that. And she told her children, go back to the 4 sacred mountains. Is where our reservation is located, the 27,000 square miles I'm talking about. So there, the changing woman said in the fourth world, this is the emergent stories we all talk about. And she said, I'm going to, change you from your spiritual being into your physical being. And what I'm going to do is something that's very, very important. It's very important for peacemaking, which is that there were 4 original clans, that she made from the water, from the mud, from the trees, and all things that was about water. And to this day, we have about 23 clans. And what Changing One wanted to do was to embed, this sense of resilience, this sense of self-determination, this sense of hope and reverence. I mean, that the children could be exposed to the worst situation. But what she wanted was, if the children really were grounded into these teachings, into these songs, into these prayers, they can withstand anything. They can stand their ground. And this is where the word huistin makes a lot of sense. Huistin means, what does your inner self tell you in a worse situation? What do you do, Some people can think quick, some people can't. So whatever the case may be, the children would help each other maintain, the important things, relationship. And that's why I think when there's chaos in the family, when there's dysfunction, the families are dysfunctional, the thing to do is to put the pieces back together. When a relationship have been, disorganized, and putting the relationship back together is something that, if done, will lead to a solution, will lead to, stability. And this is the relationship of the clan is a concept, a relationship that you use in peacemaking. And this comes from the creation story of the Navajo people. And just the same, other tribes have the same story, very fantastic stories, and something that they use to kind of, remember that they had peacemaking once upon a time, and remember that, what peacemaking could give them today and tomorrow. Whatever the thought is, whatever is before you in peacemaking, people will talk about yesterday, today, and tomorrow. To see, what might occur, of what we do here will make a big difference. So I wish you the same, outcome in your life. Thank you. Have a good day.
Alguém gostaria de fazer alguma pergunta, fazer alguma colocação? Estão todos satisfeitos? Então, vamos para o nosso almoço. Vamos agradecer. Robert, thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Do you have questions? It's like a request, Raquel. It's not a question. Maybe in the third symposium, in the third seminary, if our honorable guest here and chief judge, master, brother, this being that presented before us here, this being of light, celestial being, heavenly being, integrated of this body of nature, and we are part of this nature too. Could you next time tell us about the story of the creation from the Navajo perspective?
The one thing that that we know as Navajo people, when we talk about, you know, the past, when we talk about creation story, you know, just imagine all of you had your own version. And, you know, when you grow up and learn things in the American way, you learn about conflict, controversy, conflicts, debate. So when Navajos talk about creation story, they would give their own version. And somebody may ask a question, you know, that's wrong. My version is better than yours. So medicine people, knowledge holders, and said, don't do that. Don't even disagree with anybody. Because the different versions that are out there is a blessing. The more you learn the different versions, the more you learn about life, a way of thinking from different ways. And the reason why you're not, you know, compelled to learn one version is, you know, because of conflict. And the medicine man says, this is the way the person was taught. And whatever the person talks must be respected. You know? No debate, no question, no conflict. So we hear different stories, you know, and we listen to those stories. And the version that I gave, you know, may be one version. Even if changing a woman was part of the creation. There were 4, you know, worlds that our people lived through. The first world, second world, third world, fourth world. We're now in the fifth world. So when you say creation story, it's a long, long, long story. A medicine man would say, do you have the time? Do you have the ability to stay and sit all night, tonight, tomorrow night, and the rest of the year? You know. So, you know, the way these stories were told back, you know, 100 years ago or 50 years ago, people, heard the long version of the creation story. So the creation story is not just what the Bible says, I mean, Navajos respect the Bible, They don't argue against it. They respect it, and some of them even, are connected by faith to the different churches. So for me, it's, I believe in things. I believe in good things, I believe in bad things. And I think that is an element of creation way back in time. So the songs I shared with you is an example of a creation story. How so? Well, when we say we know about common law of today, the Navajo law, not white man's law. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the law of the Navajo people. And they would say that, way back, there were spiritual people everywhere. And if you see something that we really don't understand as a human being, is that, things that you feel, the power that is around everywhere, like waters everywhere, air is everywhere, fire is everywhere, growth of things is everywhere. Those are an element of the beginning. And they are still with us as they are, and they will remain to be, in the future. So what I heard about creation story is this, that, when you see, when you go to church, some people are known to be very holy. So when you listen to the holy people, you can't help but to say that this person doesn't make mistakes. There's no evil in that person's life. And then when I heard the creation story, it was like the holy people did some of the most stupid things in life. They did what we do today. They live like the way we do it today. And the only thing that was different about them was what they did was intentional. They had the thought already. They know the end result, years and from now. And what they did was, when they made mistakes, any mistakes, they would make correction of those mistakes. And what is even more important to learn about that creation is they were able to, whatever they did became the story, became the basis for teaching, became the basis for a song. And so it's something that you and I as people can't do. They have the power to make mistakes and to fix it. And when we make mistakes, we can't fix it. We have to resort to other means to get well. So when the people back then, the holy people, when they made mistakes, they made sure the correction is what we see today in terms of stories. Don't do that. So I was going to show you something as a matter of creation. There's two things we call al-Allah, two things that face each other. There are of equal forces. Well, the most simple things about these two forces, you could say, if you explain in terms of evil and good, So the monsters, the twin stories is about that. Sometimes you see action, people's mind, people's plan. Here's where you see the forces at work. Sometimes you could imagine they're of equal power. So this here is, they're part of the water, they're part of the air. That's why sometimes, we're cautioned about these elements, these natural elements. They say, be careful with the fire, be careful with the water, be careful with the air, be careful with things that grow. Some are good, some are not. How do you know? How do you know which is which? Is what the holy people, experience. What they experience becomes the basis of our teachings or song. So here we are. We stand in between, because sometimes you think about different people. You look at different people. He says, does that person live a good life? They never lied. They never stole. Everybody steals. Everybody's have these potential to do good or not do good. And so the wisdom of the people say, the more you stand in between. Do you want to know something about balance? When you live your life, you may understand what balance means, or you may not. And when you do, then you learn how to manage, they say that you can never understand yourself fully. Never. I mean, people disagree with that. That's okay, But if you accept it, as a possibility, think about it. Maybe think about it in terms of your own life. You as a man, woman, leader, students, whatever you might be, you stand to think, and if there's something wrong, that you may have done, overly did something too much, or overly do something too much, or not too much, And I used to, I heard a prayer from my former wife one time in a ceremony, and she was praying. She says, Almighty, forgive me for things that I overly did, things I didn't do, to measure up to, the level of goodness. So there's a balance in people's lives. And sometimes I just hear balance and I ask the question, what do you mean by balance? So when you listen to these elders speak, indigenous people speak, they teach you the depth of knowledge. I say I'm not here to criticize, but I observe, things like law. When I study law, somebody used to say, it would be nice to study law, to know the roots of law. So if you're talking about creation, laws came from creation, what people thought, what people did, and the end result became songs, became prayers. And they say that when it's my train of thought. When you have so what I wanted to explain in one of the slides was this, that what people do, you may say, like I was going to give an example about cattle theft. An African man from Africa came and talked about and analyzed cattle theft and said there's too much of cattle theft in my community. So people who do the theft are prosecuted, And so the thought here was this, it's talking about these two forces. And when you say there's the good law here and there's the forces that go the opposite of good. And so when people talk things out, they're talking about what is underneath the roots of the bad stuff or the roots of the good law. When you get down to that level, you're able to understand and appreciate, why did you hit the people, a person, hurt a person, So one of the things that is really, really important, and that's part of creation, part of what the holy people left, is that, when you talk things out, you're talking about these in what the people are giving you. Why did you do it? Why did you hurt me? Why me? And so people who are willing to talk about these two forces, or they come together willingly. If one of them says, I don't want peacemaking, then there's no peacemaking. But my observation is that, peacemaking has really, gained momentum. So much, and back in 1982 is when the Navajo Nation, the Navajo judges began to look at what was law like 100 years ago. One leader says, why don't we, bring that law back? Because the laws that we have to live by, the American law is not working. The criminal justice, the system is broken. It doesn't understand our language. It doesn't understand our culture. So it's suggesting that maybe at some point, if we really revive this, we'll have two systems. And then the purpose for going to law school really is very legitimate. You can say, these are the options available. What the way the indigenous people, handle, problems could be very, very different the way the judges, handle. Some judges will say, my hands are tied. What they mean is the law dictates their work, their decision, And in peacemaking, there's none of that. Somehow, people just, bring to surface they're well-grounded in doing things the best way possible. And a lot of people think that way. And this is part of the creation story way back, So I can't sit here and tell you, somebody said, let there be light, and there was light, and the light was good, But it's told different. It's told in a different way, Whether it's in a different way or not, the path goes the same way, the goal, that there is an in peace. There's an end result that is cannot be perfect because of these two forces that live in us, And so anyway, we could go on and on to talk about the creation story all afternoon. Thank you.
Robert, nós te agradecemos muito.
Robert would like to thank you very much. We honor you for being here, for having come from so far and bringing such important knowledge. We're very, very grateful. I'm sure that all of the people who are watching us online are grateful as well. We'd like to continue to understand this story of creation of the Navajo people and the Navajo law. You renew in us the faith, not in this justice that's broken, but in a justice that restores, that renews. And we are here with purpose to build together with this force of the four directions and these different thoughts and this no justice, and you're part of it. Thank you. I can only thank you.
Gente, só para reforçar, temos de estar aqui às 13h. Nosso horário.
We have to be back here 1:30. We have an hour for lunch, so as soon as you get here, beware in case there are talks in English. Remember to get your receivers because it takes a little bit of time. Have a good lunch. See you in a bit.
autoridades presentes.
Authorities present, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We will start the afternoon session with a panel about the culture of sustainability based on the ODSs, the SNGs. And in the afternoon, we're going to have a facilitator, a moderator, and he's going to coordinate with the two speakers. We invite Dr. Enzo Bello, who will be the moderator of this panel. Enzo Bello, he's a doctor. He has a doctorate in law from the State University of Rio de Janeiro. He has a postdoctoral training in law from the Vale University of the Rio Sinos. He's an associate professor 3 at the law school and the graduate program in constitutional law at the Fluminense Federal University. He also studied in the University of Rio de Janeiro. He's a member of the Housing and Urban Project Studies Group of the Fluminense Federal University. He's the coordinator of the Critical Law Extension and Research Group in Capitalism. He's the chief editor of the Legal Cultures Journal, and he coordinates the first panel of this afternoon. Now we give the floor to Enzo Bello. Good afternoon, everyone. You hear me, Ray? First of all, I'd like to thank the organization of the event in the name of Professor João Salma and Raquel Domingues. All the support we have been having since our cities until we arrived here. So both of you from now I want to thank. And in a really short way so that we can optimize our time, let's start this panel called The Culture of Sustainability based on the objectives, the ESG, environment, society, and governance. And we are going to invite to be part of the conversation here. We're going to have two really interesting speakers, Professor Consuelo Yoshida, Consuelo Yoshida. She's from the Catholic University of São Paulo, and she also had her master's and doctorate studies there, and now she's a judge in the 3rd region. Along with her, I invite Senise Freire Chacha, she's a prosecutor of the state in Mato Grosso do Sul, and she's going to bring several interesting cases for us to talk about. Well, based on the scheduled program of the event, considering the event, we're going to have the two expositions in sequence. We agreed about the time here. At the time, I'm going to have a little synthesis, and we're going to open to your participation in case you want to make a comment, ask a question to our speakers here. So we're going to open a session. Now we give the floor to Professor Consuelo. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to come back here. What am I supposed to do? I already knew this wonderful space. It's a postcard from you, and I've been here before. I work in partnership with the Federal University, and I have the opportunity, I have the happiness to be here with you. How long ago I came here? Like 20 years. I've been here in Mato Grosso speaking for over 20 years. I like the way you work a lot. It's really close. The work that you do with protection. It's a complicated region. We have agribusiness making progress, so many things, but you have a wonderful Pantanal region, environmental tourism, and it's possible to co-live. So we're going to talk about the culture of sustainability. We're not going to talk about the things that is already degenerated, but the change of perspective that is very good from the ESG and SDG. I think things exist. Of course, there are those who doesn't want to know about a thing, but there are those who want to do what is required and maybe beyond what's required. So I congratulate Raquel and João. And they organized and got several supports and several sponsorships of the Secretariat of the Environment and the states to bring speakers. It's an international seminar with people who are super involved. They're referencing their areas, talking about restorative justice and environment. Dr. Álvaro, he's a colleague. Where is he? He's a colleague from PUC São Paulo. And I also would like to salute the several institutions that are involved besides the international speakers too. So enjoy. Oh, where he's over there. I see you. So enjoy your time here with us, and we're going to talk about our perspectives. And then you can discuss and ask us questions if we can answer, because everything is difficult to be answered. Everything is about a conflict. I work in the federal justice. Our justice of the 30 region comprises São Paulo and Mato Grosso do Sul. So Dr. Monique, Dr. Raquel are colleagues. And I'm also going to be part of the itinerant judge work. I will come back here and I will participate of this program in June. Thank you. Dr. Raquel is here. Congratulations, Raquel and João. Congratulations on this wonderful event.
Eu nem preciso do meu óculos, a letra é monstra.
Bem, então, eu queria dividir com a professora.
So, I'd like to share with Professor Sinise the culture of sustainability. And I'd like to talk to you how we made progress. We are still making progress from the logic of things that are not being fulfilled. There is this logic of not fulfilling the enforcement, and then we wait to see what happens. Now we see this difficult transition of the culture of non-compliance and then compliance of laws. We talk about damage, and then we have the preventive logic. Every activity, we have risks, okay? So it's better to prevent, better safe than sound. Sorry. And do you know why we are having progress? Because these are advantages that companies, especially companies, are observing about certification and compliance. And then in the end of my presentation, we will show the ESGs. Companies are paying attention about ESG so that they can get investments from the market of capitals. So it goes through all economical advantages. It's not ethics of responsibility per se. It's something that brings benefits and advantages. So these environmental policies are mandatory, and when there's the non-compliance, if we are in a civil responsibility, we have to make amends in an integral way. We're going to have, maybe, I don't know if it's going to be by video, but Herman Benjamin, the minister, he talks about the broad responsibility and the full recovery of rural and material damages, and a series of things that he's going to talk about here. But why do we perceive this evolution? Within this logic of damage, what will I'm going to have? Environmental assets, something that is not pleasant. Administrative fines, and also penal results. Beyond environmental crimes, we see that we have several chastisements that go in the possibility of extinguishment of punishment, and that has already been criticized. And if we take too long to process the lawsuit, if we have, it's important for us to have the environmental law punishments, but we know that they are not really effective. That's why the deforestation goes on and pollution goes on. So this is not the ideal to make sure that the integrity of our natural assets will be kept. So we are going to the preventive logic, which is to have the culture of compliance the way it should be. The natural would be. We have a policy that was thought, that was prepared for the protection of the health environment, the health environment, and all of a sudden people act with non-compliance due to the lack of commitment, understanding that there is no consequence. Do you see what's going on with climate change? Unfortunately, Rio Grande do Sul and other regions, Santa Catarina, they have a lot of mountains, several rivers. They are suffering a lot, and their region is being chastised. This time is Rio Grande do Sul. Then today you hear a lot that beyond the system of policies with punishments and everything, it's mandatory to have environmental licenses, the preventive logic. We hear a lot about the importance of the standing forest, and also what's received when we keep the environment well, payment for environmental services. Several of the municipal taxes are used in an extra fiscal way. Ecological service tax, and the state and the municipality who fulfill, they are compliant with the plans in the area of sanity or keeping green areas. Anyway, there's always an advantage. And then we're talking about environmental assets and incentives. And it's a logic that is based on a meritocracy. We're not going to be naive to think that everybody's compliance because of ethics of compliance. It would be good to be true, but unfortunately we don't have this perspective for a capitalist society. We got to be conscious about that. Among academic people, NGOs, it's a little different to talk with a certain conviction regardless of the economical advantages. But just like we're going to see, things have been making progress and involves everyone. That's why economic sector, the financial sector should be together. When we talk about that, away from those mandatory things that are from the state, we have another system of self-regulation, and it's very proactive. And you've heard about that, the regulatory law. Everybody talks a lot about this right now. And these go beyond these mandatory politics. Something important is the SGA. The state is not the one who dictates these policies. We have the quality of the technical regulations. Everything is very well structured, but they come from this law system that is overseen by the administration, and it goes to the judiciary in case of all the other spheres won't solve. It's really important for us to talk about the social environmental responsibility, and ESG in Portuguese is ASG, environmental, social, and governance. Today, what we have is this paradigm that is classic based on these regulations that are mandatory and they ask for consequences. They are called command and control. So we have these policies, obviously not only when people are not compliant, but we also have preventive ways. Just like I said, licensing, allowances, planning, that also should be the director plan. We should have that only when things are irregular, when we have regulation. But what we have here is a legislation that establishes standards that respect the limits of what I can issue of polluting to air, what can I send to the rivers. It's within established patterns. And make anything that will cause an impact if it's significant. We have the licensing, previous licensing, installation and operation licensing. So this is the environmental law that is reparatory. And we also have the administrative law that is being developed a lot beyond the crime law. So these are the areas that will come in charge when someone is non-compliant. We should go to the environmental administration. It is called National System of Environment, and we should go to the municipality or the state and get the licenses and allowances. Or grant in case of water resources, and then it changes. If it's a mining activity, everything has their procedures to be followed. When I am in the same line of discussion, I'm talking about pollution, about felons, and I'm talking also about chastisements. We had in the 80s, I mentioned 3 very important laws. National Policy of the Environment from 81, and then we have a very advanced way to talk about the environment, because I don't need to ask if the causer of the damage act with guilty or not. I don't need to know if he was imprudent. So if the person caused the damage, they will respond. This is easier to get the reparation of the damage. It's not a sanction, okay? When we have to apply sanction or fines, the Superior Tribunal of Justice, they said it's subjective. I gotta ask if there was the guilt to answer for administrative things and sanctions. So we had less the infraction acts that we had for those oil companies, because they pollute indirectly. And if they were diligent in hiring the transport company that made the leaking, the Superior Court said that the companies that are the indirect polluters, they could not charge the fine. It's different when you talk about sanctions and fines or responsibility for environmental crime. We had all of those things in 81. In 1985, we had a public civil action, and with only one action, and then we're going to see that up to then, only the public ministry was considered in 81 the responsible to talk about reparation of damage. With this law from 85, it was broadened. It was a breach of the monopoly that had been held only to public ministry to go after this reparation and damages. And then we go all the political organs, municipalities, states, the union. We already have the agencies. I don't know how we would call the state agencies. All of these, they could act, the local authorities and associations. They have to fill a couple of requirements, pre-constitution. All these requirements can be released. The pre-constitution and also the pertaining of the topic. Even though it's not foreseen in their bylaws, they examine every case to see if it's the case to make it flexible or not, the pertinency of the topic. Then we talk about racial issues. We were broad and more the amount of institutional functions that the association can respond to or care about, domestic violence, several things. And then, in the end, the Federal Constitution of 1988. You see, in 80, 3 fundamental diplomas we had in the environmental area. The other one, to have access to justice. With a single action, I can solve all at once the environmental damage. And the Constitution of 88 that will make sure what we call the triple responsibility. It's going to say that regardless of the obligation of repair the damage, the felon also is subject to sanctions, criminal and administrative sanctions. Let's take a look. This is the law from 81 that talks about the compensation without guilt, reparation without guilt. And then the article number 225 that besides defending our right for an environment that is balanced, we see that there's an unbalance in ecology, in climate. We talk about climate unsafety, and the public power of every sphere is supposed to make sure that we have these rights. This is to have a better quality of life, not only for human beings, but for all human beings. We acknowledge that nature also have rights. We broaden more and more these rights. And the third paragraph that I was mentioning to you of 225, that says that these criminals are subject to administrative and criminal sanctions. We had the next decade, the 90s. 92, we had a law that not only tells us that people who are involved in environment administration, this should be the supervisors that grant license that are not correct, but also those people who have problems with bids. So there are people that are affected, and the chastisement is very interesting. If it's the mayor, they lose their term, so he's not be able to be elected again for more or less time, depending on the severity. Same thing happens with the company. They cannot be part of bids. So it's several things that this administrative improbity law, they affect people, and this administrative improbity law suffered because it affected the public managers, and then they ended up getting worried, and they mitigated a lot the enforcement of this law. But it's a really important law, the environmental crimes law, and then a decree that regulates the environmental crimes that will talk about the felonies and the administrative sanctions. All of that happened in the 90s, and the decree just came 10 years after the environmental crimes law to establish the punishments. Take a look of what people were afraid, the way it was written, the second article, because it related everybody who in thesis could be the author of an environmental crime. And then we mentioned directors, managers, board members, auditors, managers, so on and so forth. Do you know what happened, guys? This third article here established a huge innovation, which is to make responsible the legal entity. And when this law was written, they put a condition here, which was that this infraction, this criminal infraction, was a result of a resolution of the legal representative in the interest or benefit of the entity, the company. So this was taken to the Supreme Court, and they understood that that article from the Constitution that we read a little before here, they don't have these if clauses here. So it could be only the legal entity. We don't need to put also a legal representative or a member of a collegiate, because no one wants to appear. No one would sign anything else. So we could get someone, a random person, who would ask for and justify, and then this person is just the legal entity. Laws, they do that a lot, and they defend this. But today, we don't need anymore to be with the legal entity and the person. This is the organ. So the first player in Brazil, the law of 81, the creation of SISNA. This environmental administration in 3 levels, municipality, state, and federal. Do we have IBAMA here? Yes, in the federal sphere. So we have several agencies here. State also. Do you also have a good structure in the state? Great, because in some states, the state sphere won't work, and then IBAMA is overloaded. In São Paulo, the municipality is not related, and it's not interested because the state level is very good, so they don't want to get involved with municipal licensing. The public ministry and the law and the prosecutor, they are in justice and they act a lot. I have a problem where the public law wrote a book gathering all the works called Challenges, Contemporary Challenges of Public Law in Environmental. I am writing in a never end.
A very important moment was the anti-corruption law. When in Brazil, the compliance was not the word used, but it was an integrity program. And after certain corruption cases that were caught. So from there on, then the idea of integrity through compliance became part of the culture. Then there's compliance against corruption in the environmental area, which is to check everything that's being complied with or not. So you have a checklist of everything that's mandatory, and the companies have to conform to this. So back then, everybody just didn't comply with anything, and just hired lawyers to try to escape punishment. But now, not lawyers are being hired, but consultants who understand of interdisciplinary laws so they can comply with everything that's in the legislation. So this is the program, the compliance program. This means that we have a new environmental action with different actors or different players. So we now understand the idea that this new environmentalism has a plural number of actors, of players. And he says that there are three different interpretations. There is the scientific interpretation, which is what we usually do in the academia, in which the goal is the logic of knowledge. But when you go to other levels, such as the political interpretation, then you have the logic of power, which is very complicated. We always say that the environmental area has been brought into politics, and then it loses a lot of its meaning. And then there's the interpretation of the companies, which is the logic of results. The companies want results. They want things to be solved, and they want to be able to escape the need of licensing. Well, let's just start things and then we'll make things right. But Jacques Markovitch says that these are different interpretations that represent windows of complementarity. So we cannot, the licensing processes cannot take too long, right? So you understand, everyone has a little bit of a point. So we're not going to make the licensing process more flexible, but let's try not to make it take so long that it makes impossible for any economic activity to go on. So who are the protagonists in the culture of sustainable development? First, on the international level, I think it's the UN, because every 20 years, they organize the great conferences on environment in 72 and 92 and 2012. And then there is a dilemma. The countries that are involved, the developed countries are not concerned about the same things as the developing countries, which are very much concerned about social situations, social issues like poverty. Indira Gandhi, in the first great event in 72, she raised the issue of poverty. She said that the most terrible pollution was poverty, and it's still a problem to this day. And I say this because the SDGs, right at the beginning, they say eradicating poverty and hunger. So that's in 1972 when people started talking about the environmental issue, the social issue was part of it. That is to say that the social issue is not a new one. It has always been associated to the environmental question or issue. So chiefs of state were the great protagonists. In 92, who came along? There is another person, another name I'd like to draw your attention to, Ignacy Sachs, who unfortunately passed away last year. But he was an economist, Polish-French economist, and he believed that development meant a combination of economic growth, equal improvement of social well-being, and environmental conservation. So he was alive in 2022, and he was able to be an influence in the third conference. In 1990, we have heard of this Human Development Index, which means that not only the amount of the money that a country has was what's to be considered, but also how much this is distributed. So you have to take into account a context of social exclusion and the access to information, knowledge, and cultural assets, and sustainability. So in the report in 2024, Brazil was in 89 out of a total of 193 countries. Brazil still criticizes it and says that they should be better, but it's been very difficult in the country. So in 92, another important woman, you can see that I always bring voices of women to bring. Yes, we have to. We always find women. And this, the Prime Minister of Norway, Gro Harlem Brundtland, she presided this World Commission on Development for the UN, and she wrote the report, Our Common Future, which explains very well and publicizes the idea of sustainable development, which is this. The sustainable use of natural resources means accounting for the needs of the present generation without affecting the possibility that future generations have their needs met. So this is what we're talking about. What can we leave as a legacy for next generations if we're degrading everything? So this is a report written in 1987, and it gave origin to a key document of the discussion in 92. Between the 92 conference and the 2012 one, we had this conference in 1995 exclusively on social development, and it talks about poverty all the time. This is 1996. It was the International Year for Eradication of Poverty, and we're still dealing with poverty and hunger. So all of these commitments, they very clearly state what needs to be done, but we still cannot eradicate these social problems. We're running a little late, so I'll leave this to you later. 20 years after 92, in 2012, we have a new conference in Rio, and who were the protagonists? The economic sector. So in 92, it was the NGOs, the new protagonists, apart from the chiefs of state. And in 2012, we also had the economic sector. And hence, the theme for the conference, towards a green economy. You can see the influence of the economic sector. Roads to a sustainable development and the eradication of poverty. And this was suggested by Ignacy Sachs. A summary for decision makers. So this was the report. But apart from, I'm sorry, I'm losing the mic. And then we get to the Millennium Development Goals, the MDG. The first one is to eradicate hunger and misery. It's tiring to see this, and we never move forward. Then we have only 8, when we actually want to get to the 17 goals, which are much more complex. So these are the 8. Universal education, equality of gender equality and women's autonomy, reducing child mortality, enhancing maternal health. HIV was the great problem then, environmental sustainability, and a global partnership, Professor Sinise will talk about a good part of the 17 SDGs, but both the MDGs and the SDGs have their Brazilian versions. There are a few changes. This is the MDG Brazil for 2015, which is over now. Now we have 2015-2030, which are the SDGs. So now, moving on to the 2030 agenda, we have 17 goals. While the Millennium Goals were 8, now we have 17 goals. And these are the goals. I recently talked about water and sanitation to a American school where my grandchildren go to, and I was surprised to see how much they know about renewable energies and fuels. I couldn't remember what Toyota was developing, and they said, yeah, hydrogen moved car. I was trying to remember, and one of the kids just raised their hand and said, yeah, it's hydrogen. And I said, yes, I think it's more reasonable bet. It's very fast, right? It's hard to, well. So we have the meeting in New York in 2015. In 2012, we had the conference in Rio. Then in 2015, there was a meeting in the headquarters of the UN in New York to put together these 17 development goals regarding environment, renewable energies. Well, she's going to explain better. I don't want to go into that. And there is a special regard to the private sector because it's going to push forward these technological innovations to engage public sector, private sectors, governments, providers, workers, consumers. So it's an important player. So these are the new players that have been coming into this issue. So with ESG, the finance sector and the capital market sector comes into this. And now things start to move forward. So now we have the protagonism of the financial sector and the capital market. And we have the expression sustainable finances. It's true. Santander gave licensing to a protected area, and they received a terrible fine. So now Brazil woke up for this a little bit, because in '92, while in Rio sustainable development was being discussed, banks were already aware of this. So there was a declaration from banks for environment and sustainable development. In 1999, the Dow Jones Sustainability Index is launched. In 2003, the principles from Ecuador are for the international financing of high-stakes projects. So in Brazil, we have different criteria. I'm going to go back to this report, Who Cares Wins, whose full name is Who Cares Wins, Connecting Financial Markets to a Changing World. And then we get to the ESG, which is a construct from all of this that we've been mentioning in this timeline that we've been doing here. So this report in 2004 is where ESG was first used, environmental, social, and governance. And the Global Pact, in partnership with the World Bank, invited by the UN, they propose this win-win relation, because nobody loses if you follow the ESG principles. This is the timeline. There's just one thing. You see how banks are aware of things. when we have the federal decree 6514 in 2008 establishing sanctions, administrative sanctions, they already began writing their regulations. So from the central bank, and then the Federal Association of Banks starts working in their training, and then they start implementing a policy, social environmental policy in the banks. Because especially when they're in the market capitals, Banco do Brasil, for example, is very concerned with being in the sustainability index for Dow Jones. And we also have here the B3 index. So these companies, because they are open capital companies, they need to show their concern with environmental issues and social environmental issues. So when people ask, why is it so relevant now in the corporate and investing markets? Because these are not new issues, poverty, women's rights. So it was a provocation let out by Kofi Annan to 50 CEOs in big financial institutions. He said, how can we bring together social factors, environmental factors, and governance factor in the capital markets? They couldn't be challenged. They said, of course we can do it. You just have to challenge them, and then they will respond. So in 2004, this was related to sustainable finances, which is a branch of this financial sector. They wrote this report, Fresh Field, showing the importance of the integration of ESG factors for financial evaluation. And then the Principles of Responsible Investment has over 3,000 signees with over $100 trillion, and it's been growing by 20% because of how interested they are in this. So here are the 17 goals divided by social, environmental, and governance. Here is a little bit about the E, the S, and the G. I will leave those for Sinise to approach. So the environmental, social, and governance factors. And then this Larry Fink, a CEO of the largest fund, BlackRock, in his annual letter, he talked about the structural change in finances with these climate changes that have become a deciding factor in the perspective of companies in the long term. So companies have to be prepared. If they are not, investors will lose. The agribusiness is suffering a lot with the climate issues. So these climate changes will have a significant and lasting impact and in this economic growth and in the perspective, well, it says invest in companies that know how to take all of these climate risks into account, because climate change will impact on businesses. So this letter was very important from Larry Fink. And I'd like to change this part by saying or showing how important self-regulation and proactivity are important. You don't need to just wait for the sanction. Also, the environmental management systems, social environmental compliance, and the ESG principles, because they not only do they contribute for society and the environment, but the companies also protect themselves from risks. This is the overlapping of the SDGs, how they interact. So see how much social is there in the 17 SDGs. Some of them are related to environmental and governance as well. And in governance, you have 2 more SDGs. Why SDGs are not to be confused with ESG. They're not equivalent, but they're complementary to each other. So ESG practices, which are best practices, they contribute for implementing the SDGs. There's no doubt about that. So that's how we can move towards the 2030 agenda. And SDGs may serve as guidelines for company action and also instruments to evaluate the level of commitment to ESG practices. This book was launched in 2022. It was a great partnership. So the National Council of Justice and the National Council of the Public Ministry partnered to publish this book. See how amazing it is that they are dealing with this matter. So I, a prosecutor, and someone from the finance sector published this book, and it's free. You can just download it in PDF. Sustainable finances, ESG compliance, and risk management, and the SDGs. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hello, hello. Thank you very much, Consuelo, for your talk. Congratulations. And I'd like to now give the floor to Sinise. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity of being here. I want to thank Dr. Raquel Dominguez. It's a unique moment, and I'd like to greet everyone here and online. We're going to talk a little bit about our experience in the environmental area and embracing the SDGs. I wasn't going to wear my glasses, but I need them. Oh, let me go back here. No, I'm a little lost here. This goes back. This. How do I move forward? This? Can you do this for me? The Attorney's Office of the state works as consultants and contentious. When we talk about consulting action, we talk about our support to public managers. And when we talk about the contentious action is when we defend the state, either Imasul or the state of Mato Grosso do Sul when they affect the environmental area. In 2015, the UN launched the 2030 Agenda with 17 Sustainable Development Goals and 169 specific goals. The state of Mato Grosso do Sul tries to work in a sustainable way and reach zero emissions and embraces the SDGs. And I'm going to give some examples in public attorneys' work because it's very difficult because we don't work by ourselves, right? So in this action, the public ministry, and rightly so, represented against the state of Mato Grosso do Sul, saying that they were not implementing the instruments of the public policy for water resources. This goes against the national policy. There are many different instruments, or they don't go in different directions, they confluence. And this action came at a moment when we were very much advanced in the policies. We had already launched the state plan of water resources, mapping the governmental actions to be implemented so that the water as a resource, which is finite and is so important for life itself, be taken care of. Then we have the framework of bodies of water. We have special class bodies of water and 1 to 4. So this regulates how they are going to be used. Is it for animal drink, for humans? Is it for tourism, leisure? Is it for plantations? So the way they are, the way things are presented, they are adequately implemented and controlled. Then we have the concession. The concession is a request done for the environmental organism or agency to use such a resource. We're going to give a very simple example, which are the companies like Guaridoba in Campo Grande and Sanisul in the rest of the state. When they have to drill a well, they need to check, to get a license to see if the depth allows for it. So then there's the authorization provided for a specific amount of time and with the need of following certain conditions. We also have the committees for water basins. We separate the areas by basins. And these are the UPGs, which mean units of planning and management for each basin. So we have committees, we have 4 committees here. The one for Miranda River, Ivinhema River, Santana Yapuré, and from Pardo River, which is on its way of implementation. And the information system for water resources is online because while the Secretary of the State does the public policy, IMASUL is the agency that enforces this policy. So you have to go through the Siriema system, you register, and then you can find all of this information. You can download them in PDF files for free, so everyone can be aware, well, you should be aware that this policy is still being implemented, and we are going to be charging for the use of water shortly. The information system on water resources in situations of flood or in cases of the fires in Pantanal, we have a situation room where we have the firefighters, we have the environmental police, the managing agency, and they get together and every day they send out reports about critical situations in our state so that people can be aware and ready in case of climate emergencies. The situation room is also available in the CIMADESC website. Subterraneous waters are formed by the excess of rainwater that go through layers below the ground, and fills the space between rocks. There are waters that are deeper or more shallow, and it's very important to take care of them because once they are polluted, it's very difficult to clean them again. We are one of the states that has more water, and we know that it's finite. And we know that drilling wells for human consumption and other uses that are allowed for, this is like a warehouse of water. So in a situation of drought, we could use it, but we cannot just use it randomly. And it's very important to mention that now, a short time ago, the Secretary of Environment and IMASUL have partnered with Sanesul and Guarirobas because they are drilling the wells in our water reservations, and they are the ones that provide us water. So in a situation, if we, the society in the state, were to be responsible for that, apparently we would be able to have 86 wells. But since they are already doing this, they're already using the water. Because we here in Mato Grosso do Sul, we have the water, drinking water, but we still don't pay for water. So now we have to be very cautious and have to be very aware to not waste water.
This action of the public ministry, if we have any SNG for you, maybe we have others. This one related to the earth is really interesting because this one related to the water is just for oceans. That is related to fish. And in 15, we have a little piece talking about the fish. So the Federal Public Ministry started an action against the state of São Paulo, Minas Gerais, Mato Grosso do Sul. Those who are part of the Paraná Bay. And they have a purpose. It's not negative, it's positive. So all the exotic fish, they were exotic, they were not part of the state rivers like Mato Grosso do Sul, that they could be removed and fish without any care, even in the time of reproduction. Since we don't work alone, we need technical reports. And IMASUL, they have a multidisciplinary team, and we went through them. We had some meetings, and we only work with meetings. We aligned the law thinking. We create ideas. We see if it's feasible. We see if it's licit. Then we make decisions. Not working alone, we're not isolated. We work with firm thesis because when we on the defendant seat, it's the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. It's collectivity, it's money, it's related to all of us. A situation like this could not remove because exotic fish, even though they are not part of our aquatic fauna, they would be banished even if they were, because there was this intention that during the part of reproduction, how can we separate the exotic from the non-exotic? So we're discussing this thesis, these principles of defending wildlife, and then we made progress in São Paulo. We were successful there. This one here is really interesting. The state public ministry defends society in different roles. They had their role done, and let me tell you what happened. Just like I said before, we gathered the Greyer team. They deal with regularization of real estate. SAD is the asset, and Graer goes to the place and they have the technical reports. And in this situation, we also called Imasu, and we wanted to know if this group of environmental police was damaging the permanent preservation area or not, if we were actually causing any damage. Well, we had a conclusion that the state emptied that real estate, and the municipality affected the backwards of the place of the home, because this group, it's in a logistic place. They work not only for Aquidauana and Anastácio municipalities, but Buriti, Miranda. So they work for 60,000 people. In 2018, there was a flood in Aquidauana and deaths were avoided. Since it's a urban location, a urban real estate of public utility, low impact, and they are responded by the environmental code, it caused no harm. And in 10 years of report for the environmental police, they reported, I don't know if we have it here, let me see. I don't think it's here. Here, 45,000 over 45,521 episodes, saving lives of psychological traumas. So it's a severe situation, drowning, flood. The work they render to the society was according to the environment, and the public ministry understood that actually it was causing no harm, and they gave up. This one is really interesting because when we talk about solid waste, federal law 12305 from 2010 brought an interesting principle about the shared responsibility. From the manufacturer to the final consumer, the great consumers, all of us are involved in this dynamic. But when the state of Mato Grosso do Sul elaborated the state plan of solid waste, we mapped and we tried to orient municipalities how they could have their plan, and also in this case, they could have funds with the ministries of cities so that the environmental and socio-economical part, the landfills and the health, also movements, the recycling of garbage gives jobs. We had a very happy partnership between the auditing, the state public ministry, and we worked together, and today we have 87% of the municipalities of the state, they send their wastes to landfills, and that was not a reality when it started. We had an amendment now, not less than a week ago, so we have 4 more years of cooperation, and it's also available in the electronic website. Well, here I want to thank, because our work is challenging. We do not work alone. We work with technicians, with managers who are committed, different institutions. We try to have a dialogue where the society of the state is in a level where we work, we serve. And I thank again Raquel. I thank my 2 friends, Fernanda Passos. I thank Ana Carolina Ali, and also great Dr. Newton. Thank you, all of you, and I make myself available to you. Thank you very much, Senise. Congratulations on your contribution. Well, In a condition of moderator, I am going to make some comments here, and I'll try to correlate the contributions of both of you. And I'm going to try to be fast so that we can hear from the audience and that we can go on with the scheduled program. Let's be flexible, okay? Well, I wrote some things here, and I'm going to start talking to you from a quote that has been called green capitalism. This morning, we saw some presentations about the social environmental issue, and now in the afternoon as well, respectively mentioning an epistemological dimension of modernity, and now in the afternoon, we're talking about the jurisdiction and constitution, law, international law, any aspect of Brazil and UN. And we saw several policies, and we saw in the specific case of Mato Grosso do Sul that's super pertinent for our discussion. And for my part, I'd like to complement and add a contribution from the criticism of the political economy, talking about some practices of the financial capitalism in its neoliberal phase, which is the contemporary phase. So I think it's good for us to say that in law school, not everyone here is from the law area, we got to acknowledge. The law school in Brazil is extremely dogmatic, it's not critic, and it's not multidisciplinary. So we understand law as policy, we understand law in a justice system, in interpretations, argumentations, and law is way more than that. From the critical point of view, law is social relationships. And if the society we live is capitalist, like it or not, we treat law and the state as something that regulates capitalist relationships. So the capitalism is a way of production and reproduction of social life that is based in the private appropriation and in the concentration of land and natural resources. And then I'm going to bring you an example. This morning, reading the Tricontinental magazine, we see data that shows that 42% of lands in Brazil are in the hands of 1% of the population. So concentration of land in Brazil is severe. Let's remember that Brazil didn't have agricultural reformation, land reform, and we are capitalist, even though we claim the land reform by mass social movements just like MST. It's a practice that is capitalistic. So Brazil is late, even related to that. Capitalism also means the degradation of nature because of the things that we've been studying a lot and that we feel in our everyday lives. And the great aim of this is the profit for little and many people sacrificing. We have in the 19th, 20th century work law, and today it's relevant, the social environmental issues. Okay. Some studies show that in about 200 years of capitalism, pollution is bigger than over 1,000 years that came before. So let me ask, we should ask in a debate about sustainability if capitalism is sustainable or not. In my humble opinion, based on the authors that I study, it's not sustainable. Short, medium, long term, it's not sustainable for those who have hunger, for those who have not access to earth, for those who have not access to basic means. And curiosity is that this universe of people is not little. We have many, many people part of that. And we have the issue related to our ecosystem, and we have been seeing in the images that images are left behind when people try to save themselves and some other people try to collaborate to avoid something better. So it's of the nature. It's something that is related to capitalism, poverty, hunger, and social inequalities that in some specific periods can be mitigated at most. So for instance, Brazil, in the beginning of 2010, they were excluded from the extreme line of poverty. We didn't have a significant piece of the population within the line of extreme poverty, which is a person living with $1 a day. If we have the conversion, a person would live in R$5 a day. So imagine if that is possible and how that is possible. State and right, we can say in the point of view that it involves institutions, people that apply and do not apply the law policies. And the objective of law is to keep them, even if we try to bring humanization areas. So for instance, São Paulo people talk about humanitarian capitalism. We talked today about conscious capitalism. All due respect, I disagree, but capitalism doesn't allow us humanization, and we do not have any indication of that's going to happen. But, well, it's also part of the capitalism to re-signify itself, even though when we have crisis, period of economic crisis, just like we saw in the 70s, one of the Bretton Woods agreements, the change in oil policies, and several others that came, just like the COVID-19 pandemic, that is not just a sanitation crisis, it's also, we had several economical crises and also environmental crisis. And based on that, it's possible to say, based on history, that capitalism is resignifying itself, and the crisis is a turning point, and capitalism is able to take over everything and everyone. We talk about green capitalism nowadays, and we also talk about pink money, for instance, and things that happens in California or other places, but the essence won't change, the way of producing socio-economical life. To reach the law issue, and I'm going to ask you, I allow myself to say that the non-compliance of legal policies doesn't happen because of lack of commitment. You mentioned that it's not much of an ethic question. We have more pragmatic issue. I would say more. I would say that the non-compliance of legal policies are specified and above all in the company plannings. We all know what happens in tax law. It's way more advantage not to pay a tribute so that we can dispute cause, and then you have way more profit than the amount you were supposed to pay if you ever come to pay. But we reach the green capitalism to say that opposite to what we imagine when people of good faith study law, not all the environmental law protects the environment. Then I'm going to give you an example. The new forest code we have been there for 10 years. What's the new thing about it? Hands-on, it's to make feasible a right to pollute. When we protect less areas to be preserved, we enlarge the possibility of exploration. But I'm going to give you yet another example. In the last federal government, we had an expansion of the agricultural boundaries with an argument that we could consider old, but it was prevailing because the Congress is more and more conservative, in a sense that the indigenous areas or environmental protection areas, even though they are in a federal property, they could be explored economically for the extraction of minerals and other exploration of the nature, because it would generate economical growth. So you mentioned IBAMA, right? This organ, FUNAI, and other institutions that protect the nature and native people, they were dissolved in the financial, budget, and technical point of view. I can say that because I am a professor in a university, in a federal university, and we are on strike. Today, the budget is 10% of what it was 10 years ago. And this is not corporate issue. Without education, we don't build a company. Without cutting edge, pays the toll, which is extremely expensive. So about the pricing of the environmental damage is the motto of the carbon credits market. And hands-on, it institutes the right to pollute. So someone gets the carbon rights, and in exchange they have a license to pollute, as if these credits could replace something somewhere else in a planet with the butterfly effect that is so famous, right? So we have some exceptions that confirm this rule. The great environmental disasters that unfortunately are happening in our country, but also are happening in Canada, United States. We have the fires in California and other regions of North America.
Well, multinational companies operating in Brazil, above all after the privatization of state companies in strategic sectors for our sovereignty, have caused irreparable environmental damages that go beyond the capacity of offer and pricing that I have just mentioned. So an example is that in face of the slowness of our justice system and the dynamics of the financial market, which Marx called fictitious capital, which is ever more sophisticated, which means you acquire a credit for the future, which may not realize itself, but in between, everything is sold and bought. Some law firms in England started to work indirectly here in Brazil, and indirectly in the countries where the headquarters of these companies are. They are requesting compensation for people who were affected by environmental tragedies such as Mariana and Brumadinho. It's over 700,000 people have conceded their authorization for these firms to represent them in courts in other countries. And many of these 700,000 people did it because they didn't believe the effectiveness of Brazilian justice. Let's not forget that our judicial system is the most expensive one in the world if we consider the percentage of our GDP that goes into our judicial system. So it's the most expensive one in the world. So these firms created investment funds to enable this litigancy and on an international level. And then they got tens of millions of pounds, which is a lot in Brazilian money. So should they be successful in their processes? The Brazilian victims would get compensation since they don't feel cared for in Brazil, and the investors, foreign investors who have nothing to do with the tragedies, they also make money. Well, not also, they make much more money. So if it weren't for this commercialization of capitals in the financial market, these investors, which are people, wouldn't be richer than they already are. So in face of that, I'd like to ask you, to what extent judicial and symbolic measures, such as the Sustainable Development Goals and the ESG, environment, social, and governance, are effective means to enable even more income stemming from opportunities created by companies that adopt these quality stamps somehow. Is this a virtuous and vicious cycle at the same time? Is there a superiority of the capitalist interests over the environment and nature in Brazil? So these are my questions. Obviously, you're not forced to answer, but if you'd like to comment, I would be very thankful. And afterwards, anyone who would like to make their comments, the floor is open. To be or not to be a capitalist, there's pros and cons, right? I still believe that with all of the problems in the capitalist system, there is still solution. Some things are structural, of course, and the concentration of wealth ever since industrial capitalism, this has always happened. It's inevitable. I've heard that CAD works to try to avoid this concentration of wealth, but we always see bigger and bigger economic groups. For example, drugstores, they mostly all are part of a chain of stores like supermarkets. So in spite of all of our criticism to the system, everything Professor said is true, the concentration of wealth in the hands of very few, but I still believe capitalism is better, the freedom, not sure if there's free competition and free initiative, which is really problematic, but I'd still adhere by our system. This is why interventions in consumer law, economic law, all of this is very important to try to correct these problems. But Professor Mares from PUC in Rio de Janeiro, in Paraná, we were under pressure. He really talked badly about bad-mouthed capitalism, because if put against a corner, you have to admit capitalism is a problem that is very serious. And so he came to the conclusion that capitalism wasn't worth it. That's why there's a motto in the 20th century, capitalism or savagery. Well, I think we can open the floor for maybe 1 or 2 questions. So the mic is going around the room. Just please state your name and say who you're directing your question to. I'm Raquel Dominguez Amaral, and I'd like to ask you, what's your point of view on sustainability as opposed to capitalism? Let's consider the 20th century, the Cold War, the capitalism and communism in the East Europe and China. So what's your view on the sustainability of the USSR? What's your opinion on sustainability in the Democratic Republic of China, Popular Republic of China, sorry? When we are criticizing capitalism, aren't we overlooking the problems of other systems, since the old USSR also did nuclear tests, but then we got to the Anthropocene not just by the hand of capitalism, with geological changes, radioactive residues on the planet everywhere, but also by the hand of communism and socialism and other economic regimes. So shouldn't we move forward in the 21st century towards a new system, and out of this polarization of capitalism, communism, and look for something different? When we talk about the capitalism and the Anthropocene, shouldn't we also include other economic systems? I'd like you to talk. It's very hard to hear the microphone from the floor right now. Especially countries in the north of Europe. So this is the question. Maybe we can have another question. Good afternoon. I'd like to congratulate everyone in the panel. I've learned a lot here today on how I need to dedicate myself to studying, and congratulate our Federal Court of Appeals Judge Consuelo Yoshida for your background in the academia and your efforts on this matter that is so important. I'd also like to congratulate the prosecutor's office in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. I worked here in Mato Grosso do Sul for 5 years, and it was a very enriching experience. These issues are so fundamental for the human existence, but I would like to thank particularly Professor Enzo, who brought this question. On my current stage of human development, I'd like to contribute and say that this debate that was summarized by Professor Enzo and now complemented by our esteemed Raquel Dominguez stems from the human relations as basic premise, and to transform this reality where we stand as a society, as a species. I can only see one way to be able to achieve that each one of us go through this internal path to understand the meaning of life, the meaning of existence, why we are here in the human experience in this moment of the history of the planet, which is a moment in which we're going through existential chaos and environmental issues, but also in relationships and so on. So this path, how should we go on this path? Because this social reality and environmental will only transform if human beings transform themselves. This is the only way for the spiritual being that is currently living a human experience on this planet, which is just a grain of sand in the galaxy, in the universe. And scientists say this is just one in countless universes. So we're still here on this issue that Professor Enzo and Professor Raquel have mentioned. I believe we are only going to move forward, Raquel, if we can step by step bring awareness to each person to understand how important it is to look within ourselves, to know ourselves, forgive ourselves, and walk this path in this journey of life. We only have development experiences in life. There's no right or wrong, because this is the role of restorative justice. This is what restorative justice is providing. We are discovering that in our everyday lives. We're putting into practice the principles, practice, and methodologies and values that are close to restorative justice. Because even as tragedies go on, and in this war for power and information, if we can implement restorative justice in its wider sense, as was also mentioned by our Honorable Robert Yazzie. So people sitting down to talk, to tell their stories, to say how difficult it is to manage a country like Brazil, or to manage a state, or to manage a federal university with no resources. We have to go on strike because resources are spent elsewhere. So I bring this into our discussion because this is the role, Professor Consuelo, Professor Sinise, of restorative justice. There is this name, restorative justice, but we talk about a value. It goes much beyond the judiciary system. It's the value of justice as the essence of human relations. That's what I see as one possible path to transform consciousness, so we can understand what we're doing here, who we are, what we are, and where we are going together as brothers and sisters. Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you please say your name again? Fernão. Okay, Fernão. Thank you for your contribution. Raquel, thank you very much for your kind question. Do you want to manifest yourselves first? Be my guest. Well, each one of them are bringing an important point of view. And we also didn't talk here about something that is really important. When Fernão talks, well, thank you for the reference to my coordination in this management of the special. And we have we want a federal justice. When we just talk about big tax causes, it's not only that we have an important role. When we have here Pop Rua, we go after the social dimension to help a little these inequalities that exist and make justice be done. Or the possibility of everyone having citizenship through documents and everything, otherwise nothing is made. But it's really important to have this spiritual dimension that was really well put. And human beings need to be transformed. So I think that the role of education, not the education that we're having today, right, which is just a teaching that looks forward to a career. It's too aggressive, this competition that there is in the job market, and it's really violent, and many people can not even join this war. So everyone is really individualized. Everyone is really egocentric, and we're talking here about something that is really different. So even related to that issue, I don't think that these issues, these environmental issues and social issues, are treated in an adequate way in other countries. I think it's an universal issue that these invisible should never be visible. The weak side of the story is always the weak side. In Japan, you have no idea what bullying is there. It's impressive. The bullying that exists in Brazil to what exists in Japan. Bullying in Japan is cruel. So it's a society that we praise so much. We always have the weak side. There's no way out. I think we should check about this aspect, and these aspects that have been mentioned are special about the human being, the character, personality, the way of facing the other person and seeing the other person. People not even see. They are so selfish, they don't see the other. So it was really important for us to talk about it since we're talking about knowledge. It's not only knowledge. Human beings should have way more. Congratulations on your comments for now. Well, I'm going to be really quick and I'll try to identify something in common in your questions. I'm going to make the most that we have here. We are going to have a contradiction here, and the motto of this event is innovation, is to suggest new measurements, new dialogues, new fights, new constructions, and there is nothing more innovative than talking. So those who think and act in a dialectic way, they need to be open to criticism and open to the new. That's why I like when we have questions like yours, Raquel, that allows us to have a self-criticism. Well, we have the denial of the denial in a summarized way. Correlation between the thesis. We have a synthesis. It's not necessarily about opposing this to that, either one or the other. I can see behind the things that you mentioned, criticism to modern way of life. In the beginning of what I said, I mentioned anthropocentrism, that Latin America, they talk about biocentrism. So human beings are not the main actor of the process. It's part of the process. Then the agents of nature and several other issues that are important. So we cannot know what we want, but it's important to know what we don't want. Above all, when we're talking about a system that exists for a long time, several decades, in England several centuries, and it's more than past time to see if things were going to get better or not before promises that the system won't keep. So we have laws related to the capitalism, but we also have historical laws in the concentration of monopoly. Constitution of 88 in Article 220 closes the monopoly of media, but actually we do have the monopoly of communication means. So is law enough to make progress in some issues in general? No, it is not. And respecting your question, not to leave you without an answer, the Soviet experience is really short in socialism. It was not very well successful in several issues. It's good to remember that in 1917, 60% of Russia was of agricultures. We had a proto-capitalism. We didn't even have a capitalism. We had a historic leap against the line that we consider, but in general terms, we have a historic center when capitalism replaces the fields at the time that we had that in China, in Russia, until the Cultural Revolution. And there was the attempt of innovation, creating another model that would not follow these assumptions. Some of the big issues for the failing of this entrepreneurship was the excess of red tape, because you mentioned already there was the polarization, and then we had a former capitalism and stronger way, and then there were issues like the space race. The technological and scientific development was fast, and in certain cases it ended up to be prioritized before any other issues that were mentioned here, you, me, and for now. And in the case of China, it's an experience that is even shorter, you know? If we think about the Popular Republic of China, we have it from 1978. It's not even 50 years. 50 years in story, it's pretty much nothing. We have no idea what's coming ahead, but we already know what happened. With all the contradictions and failures of the Popular Republic of China, they made some progress. They finished extreme poverty, illiteracy, and contradictory. There is a huge environmental pollution. And Professor David Harvey, which is a Britain geologist, he used to say that China today, they produce the biggest amount of cement in the world. They build over and out cities to up to 20 million people, and that is a real problem environmentally speaking. So the big issue is for us to learn with former experiences, long and consolidated experiences, and also learn with the mistakes of short experiences. One of them was finished already, and the other one is ongoing. And we cannot deny that China is a world player. And if I could some expressions, I would say that your first example of Soviet Union was a state socialism, and the socialism premises are for the end of the state. And in the case of China, we have a way of capitalism of state, because it's really criticized. So those who are in a critical field are aware the issues that you were mentioning are important, and based in the dialogue in spaces like these, we should make progress and build new experiences, not necessarily based in false equivalences, not one or the other. And knowing that capitalism won't give a lot of what it promises. There's no free competition. We have a monopoly in the life of most part of people. Unfortunately, it's permanently ruined. No room for improvement. So thank you, both of you specifically, all of you who were here part of this discussion. Once again, I would like to greet the organization of this event in your person, Raquel, and I was so glad to meet today João Salmi and also Consuelo and Senise who are here. So I hope we have a good end of seminar today and tomorrow. Thank you. Have a good event.
Muito bem, agradecemos os participantes do painel A Cultura da Sustentabilidade à Luz das ODS e dos princípios.
We thank you for talking about ESG principles and also the SDGs. The next presentation is going to be with the topic of good sustainability practices of the State Court of Accounts of Mato Grosso do Sul. And we're going to have his President Gerson Domingos.
Conselheiro Gerson.
Councillor Gerson Domingos, he was a congressman for 5 mandates, and he was the president of the Legislative Assembly for 4 periods. In 2015, he was sworn as a councillor of the court, and he was the vice president for biennium 21-22, and he is now elected for 2 more bienniums as president. Good afternoon, everyone. Keep standing, Dr. Raquel. To honor you, I will always have you in my heart for all your care for your speakers. And I'd like to confess that when you have an elective position, when you are in the position of someone like Professor Enzo, who has just finished his talk here, and I applaud him for his knowledge from books, from teachings, from professors in the university, and I find that amazing because I didn't have this opportunity. Listening about capitalism and legal discussions, and sometimes I wonder, I don't know anything about this, and I really don't. But what do I know? I know what I've learned. When I was a young kid, 12, 13 years old, from a poor family, that I had to work, that I had to help in the maintaining the house with 6 kids. My mom was a teacher. Our one sibling was a teacher. The other one was in accounting. Thank God, everyone now has their families and they're very well. They're successful. But why was I a congressman? It was fate. It was never my idea. And being here and representing you, I will be able to work in the best way possible and in a simple way. When I was a congressman, I think I learned very little. I tried very hard to represent well our society from the state, but I was always very concerned about the country. But our state, in face of others, may be seen from a distance, even because things that happened in our state were got to the other states as news only in a very negative lens. And this hurt my soul as a Brazilian citizen and a state citizen. I love my state. So that's why I went a little deeper in social issues, leaving aside the legal issues, leaving that to the judiciary system, which is the forum for this. So trying to work more related to people's self-esteem and the environmental issues. Just to tell you something about my life, before I was 12 years old, Campo Grande was a small town. Barbosa Street was the end of the city, and there was a small wooden bridge there with small farms run by people who chose to live with their families and grow by growing food. And instead of going to school, I chose to cut class. People don't do that anymore, do we? I hid my uniform below the bridge so it wouldn't get dirty. I just stood there in my underwear, and I was fishing in the river. I was checking the sunlight to get home right on time, so no one was aware that I was cutting class. But what did you do with the fish, you might ask? There was this man who had a small commerce, a market. He was the son of a federal prosecutor, Yassim. So I would exchange 10 fishes for a soft drink and a sandwich. Why am I saying this? Because this is my origin, my story. So that's why I want to tell you what I'm doing here. As counselor of the accounting office, we listen to all the stories that are promoted by the public power. And we analyze that. That's our role. We receive information on an infrastructure work in our Pantanal, our wetlands. We have 90,000 square kilometers, I believe, of wetlands, which is undoubtedly the house of one of the greatest biodiversities in the world. I know these lands on foot, by horseback, by boat. And this work was to build a road from Corumbá up to 600 kilometers. I don't know if the pictures are, I don't know if you'll be able to understand. This is the road that was planned by the state government. The project that was proposed by our transportation agency with no environmental studies and without licensing. See the importance of this crime. So there was no responsibility by a technician, an engineer, to say what could be done and how it should be done. You see here that the road was cut by the water, the strength, the power of the water. There was no study to understand how rainfall would run. So the water found this area. You can see how damaged this is, the road is, and it's not even inaugurated yet. and it's already deteriorating because of the flow of the water, and it would never, ever be able to withstand the rains that would come. I always say that God, as Brazilian, is from Mato Grosso do Sul because this year we had minimum rainfall. Where is this road? We have the flatlands of Pantanal, which is cut by Paraguay River, and the Bodoquena Mountains. The first rains usually happen by the force of nature, goes from the mountains to below the, the, the foot of the mountains to rebuild animal life and humidify the grounds, which after the previous floods and the organic material which is there, make it more fertile again. These roads would be an obstacle cutting our wetlands. This year we didn't have rain. Our local rains were able to irrigate up to the mountains and not pass the road. And now we run the risk that after the road, it all becomes desertified. And before the road, it might become a flood area, changing radically what was naturally built. And this shows us, and you can see it with what's happening in the South. The message is, don't mess with nature. Don't mess with the infrastructure of nature. So the breakage, even with very little rainfall, the land was moved by the force of the water and is ending the food chain in our wetlands. So I, as counselor, I think it was in August last year, I interrupted this work, and it's still like this, and I will not grant the licensing for these works while there is not someone responsible to attest that I am wrong and that technically this is possible to be done without causing any environmental damage. Not only that, this road that goes up to this town of Coxim, I'm not sure if people from Campo Grande here can imagine Taquari River. And as you know, what's happening with the river, which is something that's been talked about for the past 20, 30 years. And this road would follow the Taquari River sometimes for 200, 500, 1,000, 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. And it's already silted, the river. And thankfully, we didn't have that much rain, but if we had rain, the siltation of the river would be extreme, and we would lose a lot of the fish from the river. So I don't have the beautiful words that Enzo has. I escaped school, but I had enough time to know that we have to worry not about England or France or so many other countries. Our main concern, and that requires our immediate action, is to fix our own home. we're discussing so many things. And I think they're crazy things. What about here? So the measures that we have to take are specific measures, not to allow, sometimes even for political reasons, that you don't assess the size of the damage that you're bringing, not only to the society in this state, but to humanity. We have a policy, and I'm not talking about ideology of this government and other. I think any government has a responsibility to the society, the well-being of Brazilian society. But politically, the previous government worked to tell the world that we were deforesting the Amazon. Our current government, taking advantage of this, sold our Amazon to get funding to preserve the Amazon. I find that great. But what does our state, when we have the preservation of 90,000 kilometers, square kilometers, not because of a law, but because of our ideology and our interest in protecting, so we can offer to the world what we look for every day, which is good conditions of life. So Mato Grosso do Sul is neglected by federal government. There is no recognition of the preservation that we do, the conservation. And it's not because of a law, it's because of our awareness as producers. And I heard Enzo talking about how important it is to have a land reform, but I would like to give my little friend some data. 13% of Brazilian lands today are occupied by indigenous peoples, and only 7.6% of Brazilian territory grows our food. So if we're talking about produce concentration with no disregard for those who were here before us, but I believe that their lands are absolutely conserved. I was talking to Dr. Raquel. We should talk about land reform. Someone, do you know how much land the Caduel have? 527,000 hectares.
What's the extension of the Terena people here? Do you know? Someone is speaking outside the microphone. I am pro the 527,000 hectares. I'm talking about inequality, okay? When we say, well, 1% of the population has 40% of land, I'm aware of that. But is it fair that the indigenous Terena community in the municipality that is close to here, they have 2,000 or 3,000 hectares with a community that is highly occupying, that is occupying the whole land, and the other community has 527,000. It's an inequality, you know? So the Caldwell indigenous people will allow the land reformation? No, because the land doesn't belong to them. But why, instead of talking about it, why don't we look for a solution so that we don't have conflicts? I see it's really close to happen. It's interesting. We changed the images here so that our audience understand the reasons why we had a change of subject here. I don't see a possibility of a conflict in the country. Constitution allows me to buy land, and then someone says, well, this is not your land, this is from the indigenous people, and then people who don't defend those things that they don't have, they don't deserve to have it. The limit of patience of both parts is in the last hole of the belt. They are human beings, indigenous and white people, and those who have their properties to raise cattle or to produce any other thing. If we have invasion, we have the conflict. I am positive that's going to happen. To prevent that, can we do something? Maybe not. Only say, well, have patience and be calm. Until when? What's the measurement of the public sector? What has the public sector done to avoid this kind of conflict? The land of the Cadiel, what's your name? George, right? Do you know who administers there now? It's someone called Alango. And today, in an unconstitutional way, let's talk a little about law. What was his right to possess indigenous lands that belong to the country and explore the indigenous community raising cattle? There is absolutely no measurement made other than me. I reported him while to the Minister of Supreme Court. She was the president of CNJ. I forgot her name. I cannot remember. She's retired already. No, this is not her name. She's really old. I forgot. Anyway, was a tough minister, Elian Gomon. I reported in Dourados in an event the activity of this gentleman who is highly capitalist. He has 6% of Bradesco's shares, a big bank here in Brazil, and he's living in an area of 527,000 hectares, making of indigenous the mass of their company interests. And this is not over. This is still happening up to this day. It's the solution to avoid the conflict. We talked about this, Raquel. Is it mine? Is it my opinion right? I don't know, but this is my opinion. Lands occupied by indigenous community are union land. The state cannot interfere in that. Not even we are the managers of the taking care of the tutelage of these indigenous people. But the state can ask for something for the federal universe so that they can excuse some of the debt that we have, around 15% of the gross income, and we have this debt with the union. And if the state of Mato Grosso do Sul has a gross income of 2 billion reais a month, 15% would mean 300 million reais a month. The half of it, 150 million in 1 year, will be 1 billion and 800,000 reais. What's the need for us to extend these indigenous lands? Maybe 20, 50,000 hectares. We should have a deep and well done study without political criteria. It should be technical, no interference of people who have no responsibility with this community. This community is to the judiciary to FUNAI, to the federal government, to people or institutions that decide over the life of these people. Using a criteria, we do not detect that this indigenous tribe has the need to increase in 2, 3, 4, 5 hectares. The state would free this area, but they cannot do that and give to the indigenous community. Well, after 1 year, I have a debt to the federal because of this year of moratorium of 50%. I'm gonna pay my debt. I'm gonna pay with the land that I freed, and then the union is the owner of the land, and then they allow the indigenous people to occupy. Not only that, but instruct them in a possibility to have their self way of living through technical training to orient them how to do, using the expertise of every community, using the area occupied by them, what is their true expertise to implement there a way to make them produce and sustain themselves, causing a certain independence and having the expectation of tomorrow having their kids also sitting on the same chairs we're sitting right now. My seat, why not? But the way we're doing things today, I think it's impossible, and we're gonna step back 200, 300 years, and it's gonna turn into a war if we don't take urgent measurements about the environmental issues. Let's come back to the reasons for the injection. I know we're going to still have a lot of work to do with that as a citizen in a role of counselor, political pressure, but I'm not going to bend until we don't have someone who's going to evidence this as responsible. And if tomorrow an environmental crime happens, even we have 2, 3, 50 engineers, none of them will prove me that this suggestion of this road is positive. It is not. Do you know what is something called a vazante in Portuguese? It's a leak, a neb area. It's where nature, with the leakage of water, they formed this channel. During the rains, they have this water, and then we have the transportation of the water that come from the mountains. And this world have all the ebbs, and for sure here where it broke, maybe it's one of the channels where the water from the mountains would irrigate. I don't know if you have ever had the opportunity to know what I know. There is no way to describe the wildlife, which is our Pantanal, the food chain that this only in a place happens. But we have been living and stayed in this environment so that we can truly know this human asset. Because why do we have this name? What caused this? Then it's an abuse of the citizen and of men. But we're worried further that, Raquel, we have a municipality called Bonito, and it's actually bonito, which is beautiful in Portuguese. If you don't know, go to this place, and it's actually a charming municipality. Agriculture is making progress in a way that maybe, I don't know, I suppose it's free. Isn't it time for us to make some actions? Not to forbid something, but in a study, in a technical study, to know, can we keep making progress in the agriculture? Didn't we reach the limit And that's only possible with investments from the state government and getting to know every municipality of the state of Mato Grosso do Sul and know the limits that can be allowed in the environmental licenses for deforestation, for agriculture, cattle raising. Bonito's not only that place in that territory, it's way more extensive. It starts in Jardim, we have Caracol, Bela Vista, Bodoquena. So this territory, all this territory should be studied so that we can prevent. If we stop now, are we going to have any harm in 10, 20, 30 years? Why is Rio Grande do Sul suffering, huh? Everything that we've been seeing, and today we say, well, weren't were things possible to be done back then, but I know what's the need of doing here today. We should study technically all the 79 municipalities of the state to say, can we keep moving with agriculture? Can we move on with cattle raising? Should we stop? Do we need new laws? Do we need new behaviors, new attitudes of laws that will forbid or allow the progress of this new technology? Machines are too aggressive. Today, you go to a land and we have a suggestion to plant like 2,000 hectares. In the next crop, if you go there in a week, it's over. It turned into an area that is totally destroyed. No criteria observed. What are we going to replace that for? What's the food chain of this local left to? As a congressman, I presented a bill, and then it was for deforestation. It was the replenish of one fruitful tree, anything. It was to replenish food for wild animals. So 1 by hectare. Have you realized in Campo Grande, it's almost a zoo? Why? We took the food of the animals and they need food. And today, food is at your disposal in the cities through the trees we plant, and they must come and have food. Today, if you look for a rural property to visit, you won't find this fauna, this wildlife that we have inside Campo Grande. Then this bill passed by my congressman. It was vetted by a governor. I went to discuss the reasons of the vetting, and the answer was no. Animals should know how to get their food. Okay, but where is food if we removed it from their place? So if we allowed the removal of these wild trees, I don't know, bocaiúvas, genipapo, all fruitful wild trees. And if we don't have them, we should replenish. So the forbidding of the vetting was because of the fact that no, they cannot eat this. They cannot eat grass. They should eat what we removed. And if we have a deforestation of this kind of vegetation, we're over with the animals, because for a tree to start being fruitful, it's at least 20 years.
So, Dr. Raquel, I can only thank for your invitation. I digress completely from the topic of the discussion, and I apologize for that. But it's because I'm an idealist in the state. I have a very strong feeling because I saw Campo Grande as a small town, and now we see it as it is. It's the growth, the development, it's normal, it's natural. But if we're not concerned about how we do it after we invade everything to renew our resources and the care that we have to take to legislate and to govern for the self-esteem of people. I see that humanity from here on, I have no idea how it's going to subsist and what will be our way of life. I was really about finished. I think I went overtime. I thought I was going to talk a lot less than my allotted time, but I want to say, Dr. Raquel, that the state of Mato Grosso do Sul is a partner of yours for all of the things that will contribute to our well-being in society, especially the topic of the environment, which is now beginning to suffer, and we may suffer consequences like other states are. So it's the time that we have to start thinking so we find solutions for a state that we want. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Councillor Gerson Domingues, President of the Accounting Office of the State. And now we're going to move on to the last panel of this afternoon. It's Environmental Restorative Justice and Sustainability. Facilitating this panel will be Dr. Carla Boeing. Dr. Carla Boeing is a lawyer. She is a professor at USP. She is a mediator and facilitator of restorative circles. She has a doctorate in restorative justice from the Law School of the University of São Paulo. She's a researcher and postdoctorate at the Diversity, Intolerance, and Conflict Studies of USP. She is a coordinator of the Nuclear Center for Restorative Justice and Oral Knowledge at USB. She is a coordinator of She's a vice president of the Commission for Restorative Justice at the Bar Association, and she has published many books and articles in Brazil and abroad on these topics. Now, we're going to have our facilitator, Dr. Carla Boeing. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great joy to be part of this event, which is so great and which has brought so many issues. And I feel very moved with what I've heard and experienced here today. I have the joy, and I thank very much Dr. Raquel for the invitation and Professor João Salm for inviting me to be here. And it's a satisfaction to be at this table. So I would like to invite our colleagues who will be here with us, Ben Almasi and Deborah Hollenworth, to be with me at the table. I will give the microphone. I will introduce our participants. And I just want to propose a reflection before their participation, just so I can make my comments in the end. How challenging is it to think about restorative justice stemming from this plurality of visions and perspectives? And because of that, the importance of this event and of this second International Seminar of Restorative Justice, which mobilized, which made me take part of the organization in the first one, just because of all of these things that we heard today. And I will later talk about what my colleagues present. So first, Ben Almasi, he's going to start presenting. He is a philosophy professor. He is a coordinator of the interdisciplinary study program and affiliate professor in studies of gender and sexuality and of politics and social justice at Governor State University. His book, Environmental Reparation Justice in a World of Damage, this is a free translation, sees how we can fix human and biotic relations damaged by environmental injustice, climate change, and animal exploitation, defending the merits of a repairing approach for environmental justice, and to evaluate critically the challenges that come with it. Ben lives in Chicago with his partner and his daughter, and their daughter. Ben, you have the floor first.
Thank you, Carla. Thank you so much to Raquel and to Joao. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. And thank you as well to the traditional homelands of the Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi nations, also known as the Council of the Three Fires. For centuries, these and other indigenous groups have used fire for a variety of social ecological purposes. Although Chicago today is home to one of the largest American Indian communities in the United States, for 2 centuries, my state had no federally recognized tribes, no tribal governments who were empowered to burn as natural resource management. Now, one small step in the right direction was the decision just earlier this year to return 1,200 acres of stolen land just west of Chicago to the Prairie Band of the Potawatomi, restoring their sovereignty over these lands for the first time in 175 years. Putting fire on the ground can feel new for many people in my community, especially for those of us, especially for settlers like myself, who were raised under Smokey the Bear to see all forest and prairie fires as bad fire. But the use of fire is a time-tested social ecological practice across North America. It can feel new to us because of decades of fire suppression by US agencies and suppression of indigenous peoples' ecological ways of knowing by US and Canadian government agencies and other settler institutions. In my home discipline of philosophy, this is what we call epistemic injustice, the ways in which people are wronged in their capacities as knowers, individually and collectively too. Here, I want to describe some of the epistemic injustices in how settler colonial institutions ignored, misunderstood, and undermined indigenous knowledge of prescribed burning. But I also want to highlight some instances of restorative justice, of epistemic repair in practice today, as renewed burn practices help repair human ecological relationality. If burning is a complex assemblage of epistemic practices, and settler reactions to indigenous use of fire perpetrated epistemic injustices against indigenous people, how can burns be better today? In developing and enacting better epistemic practices, how can they be meaningfully, substantively restorative, responding to the perpetration and experience of environmental and epistemic injustices? Prescribed burn projects today have potential as epistemic justice in this sense, revitalized epistemic goods in the aftermath of epistemic injustice against indigenous knowers, in ways that can foster relational repair and reciprocity, but also can perpetrate further harms. I'm focused today on the Great Lakes region where I'm from, but these questions can be taken up elsewhere in the US, Canada, Australia, and anywhere that settler colonialism has not just ignored, but actively suppressed indigenous knowledge in fire-adapted communities. To give you a bit of an idea of where I'm coming from, like Margaret Walker and Robin Kimmerer, my approach focuses on repairing relationships between victims and perpetrators, but also relationships to self, to other people, and especially for injustices concerning ecological knowledge to non-human members of our biotic communities as well. Margaret Walker urges us to center victim subjectivity in how we understand and enact restorative practices, and to recognize the communicative value of making amends, of what she calls the expressive burden of amends, to convey regret, to acknowledge wrongdoing, and to affirm accountability to those who have been wronged. For her part, Robin Kimmerer articulates how ecological care can be relationally restorative for both humans and our environments, as well as indigenous and settler communities. As she puts it, it's not the land that's broken, it's our relationship to it. Reciprocity is at the center of Kimmerer's ecological ethic, not only in ideal circumstances, but in the aftermath of suffering, degradation, disrespect. And these opportunities for care, for reciprocity, and renewed relationality extend to include the fraught and fractured histories of traditional ecological knowledge and scientific ecological knowledge. And I would say that a powerful example integrating scientific and traditional ecological knowledge on indigenous use of fire is a 2001 article by Robin Kimmerer and Frank Lake, which argues that, quote, every ecosystem in North America has been affected in some way by a fire regime manipulated by indigenous people, unquote. Now, as settler and indigenous scholars have documented and are currently documenting using a variety of multidisciplinary methods, oral history, archaeology, tree ring analysis, aerial photography, people in North America for millennia have burned to modify their environments for cultural and ecological purposes. Now, how and why burns are done varies, of course, with their use across a wide variety of biomes, wetlands, prairies, forests, savannas, all across North America, from California to the Northern Rockies, to the Great Lakes, the Southeast and the Southwest. Just a few examples of what regular burns can and have done. Used to reduce threats of wildlife and wildfire near villages, to stimulate growth of seeds and bulbs for food and straighter stems and roots for basketry, to drive game, either directly or indirectly, to promote berry production and other flora that thrive in edge ecologies, to facilitate travel and easier communication, among many other purposes. Now, as with other indigenous cultural practices, Europeans were slow to admit any knowledge here. For centuries after colonization, the dominant European and white settler attitudes towards indigenous ecological governance in North America generally went one of two ways. So the first goes with British philosopher John Locke, he's the gentleman on the left, misreading tribal peoples as lazy and inefficient, as failing to improve the lands that God had given to humanity, and thus justifying expropriation of these lands by allegedly more industrious European settlers. The second attitude, with, say, Henry David Thoreau or John Muir, was to celebrate pre-colonial America as a beautiful wilderness, unmodified by human activity, ignoring Native peoples' active and intentional impacts on these allegedly pristine environments. While one is antagonistic and the other is more romantic, both of these attitudes perpetuate epistemic injustices against indigenous people. Locke's epistemic arrogance is sweeping. He presumes to know not only the most productive way to live in diverse places in a continent he had never visited, but he also presumed to know the ways lived there by people he had never met. Locke does not recognize indigenous people in the Americas as themselves participants to this debate. He presumes that this debate is among European intellectuals. Right? In this way, he is willfully ignorant of the diversity of traditional ecological knowledges involved, and he fails to understand. But more than just not knowing, he fails to grasp the extensive knowledge involved, and he fails to understand because he presumptively misinterprets indigenous people and their ways of life. Now, on the other hand, advocates of the pristine wilderness myth, like Thoreau or Muir, also fail to understand indigenous ways of living, of knowing, because they lack the hermeneutical resources to make sense of the very real ecological knowledge at practice there. We can also see this epistemic injustice in the late 19th and early 20th century debates in the US and Canada over fire suppression and over the importing of European principles of forestry to North America. And in the newly established US Forest Service, many foresters, like head forester Henry Graves, really felt like the right thing to do, the scientific thing to do, was to bring real forestry to the Americas. Meanwhile, in opposition, some white landowners advocated what they called light burning by appealing to the historical record set by California Indians, as they called them. So as Stuart Edward White, one of these white landowners, memorably put it, "We are painstakingly building a fire trap that will piecemeal, but in the long run, completely defeat the very aim of fire protection itself." Now, in these debates, the newly created US Forest Service conducted a coordinated campaign that dismissively characterized fire as, quote, Paiute forestry. Now, of course, the Forest Service was not interested in giving the Paiute people credit. They presumed to know the real reasons why Native people set fire, and they dismissed any suggestion of burning for environmental care. Now, in my discipline of environmental philosophy, Aldo Leopold is often regarded as a pretty revered figure, and in this context, he's not doing himself well, right? He's demonstrating some genuine epistemic ignorance about genuine knowledge-based practices. So Leopold wrote at the time, "As is well known to all old-timers, the Indians fired the forest with the deliberate intent of confusing and concentrating the game to make hunting easier. It was this fact, and not any desire for fancy forest conservation, which caused the Indian to burn the forest," unquote. Now, notice that Leopold cites secondhand white impressions, the old-timers, of Indian fire practices as the credible testimony. And he also presumes that using fire for hunting must preclude its deliberate use for other ends, even though if this were reversed and someone offered this kind of narrow reading of foresters' own reasons for fire conservation, he would surely reject the false dichotomy at play there. Now, contrast Leopold's attitude with Kimmerer and Lake in the paper I cited before. Kimmerer and Lake describe reciprocal responsibility in the indigenous use of fire, adaptive symbiosis in which humans and non-humans both benefit from burning. Expropriation of indigenous communities' lands and fire suppression policies have been a devastating combination for ecological health across the US and Canada. Fire suppression, as a long-standing federal policy throughout the 20th century, not only failed in interpreting tribes' historical burning practices as credible knowledge, and not only failed in applying that knowledge to settler resource management, but it also actively and systematically undercut tribes' own continuing ecological knowledge in significant ways. Throughout the US and Canada, even recognized tribal governments were prohibited from cultural and prescribed burns. And those who did burn, were jailed, often for the precise length of burn season. Elders could not demonstrate the safe use of fire to teach the next generation. In the absence of regular burns, the land changed. And as a result, other parts of indigenous ecological knowledge, such as berry cultivation and basket weaving, were endangered as well. In what we might call epistemic governance and justice, people are wronged in their capacities as knowers when they are prevented from developing and maintaining the ecological knowledge that they need to plan, adapt, and engage in other governmental activities. In the long fight over fire between federal agencies and tribal governments, the injustices perpetrated were political and epistemic. The issue is one of sovereignty, in that effective governance requires dynamic, ecologically responsive ways of knowing. Kuruk elder Ron Reed put it like this. Reed says, criminalization of cultural practices matters for sovereignty because it directly prohibits the enactment of practices needed for the generation of knowledge. Okay. All right, so by the end of the 20th century, the beginning of the 21st century, we reach an interesting shift. Foresters trained under strict fire suppression regimes began to recognize the ecological benefits of regular burns that were happening on tribal lands. Eventually, fire was reintroduced to Kings Canyon, Sequoia, and other national parks. As fire historian Stephen Pine puts it, in a really evocative and interesting way, he says reclaiming fire was less a radical innovation than a restorative act, even a penitential one. This is a really interesting thesis. And yet I would say that penance requires more than just changing our ways, important as that is. Acknowledgement of responsibility, apology, amends are all crucial steps for epistemic restorative justice. So in the time that remains, I want to highlight several projects and initiatives in the Great Lakes region where I live that capture at least some of these crucial elements of epistemic repair. We might begin with the importance of recognition. Recognition of the social ecological benefits of fire, recognition of indigenous use of fire as credible knowledge, and recognition of settler institutions' roles in marginalizing and undermining that knowledge. So consider, for example, uninterrupted annual burning by Walpole Island First Nation community in the St. Clair River. So this is in the river delta between Canada in the east and the state of Michigan in the United States in the west. The Walpole Island First Nation community successfully resisted both forced removal and fire suppression. And as a result, as naturalist Gerald Wilhelm would argue, Walpole Island sustains the finest lake savannas in the Midwest. Now, to be clear, recognition of marginalized knowledge is not the same thing as acknowledging the wrongs done. And if prescribed burns are to be socially and ecologically restorative, the epistemic goods in question, the amends made, can't just be settler naturalists like Wilhelm having a better understanding of indigenous burning as it was historically practiced. Here, Potawatomi citizen and philosopher Kyle White would remind us that it's one thing for scientists to recognize what he calls the supplemental value of indigenous ecological knowledge, but this doesn't necessarily guarantee that they also recognize its governance value for indigenous knowers themselves. So epistemic amends can't just be about the wrongdoers knowing better. It also has to be about actively supporting indigenous people's rights and capacities to adapt, revise, and revitalize their ecological knowledge. As Kira Hoffman and her co-authors note, indigenous fire stewardship is not something of the past. It's a dynamic knowledge system that adapts to changing environmental conditions. So amends for epistemic injustice must be similarly dynamic. Individually, this includes skills, experiences, and certifications to serve on and lead burn teams. Collectively, this includes tribal sovereignty on ecological governance to plan, conduct, and learn from projects for their own ends. This is one criticism that Hoffman and her co-authors raise against contemporary Canadian burn policies, that currently the only way to acquire training in applied wildlife science and management in Canada is through employment with the federal or provincial governments or through privately owned fire suppression crews. And as a result, this limits Indigenous individuals and Indigenous communities' ability to burn. Now, a more promising example of epistemic capacity building is what's called the Prescribed Fire Training Exchange, or TREX, which is a joint initiative of the Nature Conservancy and the U.S. Departments of Agriculture and the Interior. TREX funds and facilitates burn trainings and certifications for both Indigenous and settler communities, thereby expanding the pool of authorized practitioners beyond state and federal agencies. The Nature Conservancy also underwrites staffing and coordination of the Indigenous Peoples Burn Network, which includes strategic planning for revitalization of fire culture, fire training, including both federal qualifications and culturally based controlled burning, and intergenerational learning. These initiatives increase capacity for Indigenous people not only to work on non-tribal government projects, but to carry out independent projects. As Margot Robbins puts it, the goal of the network is to get back to the true traditional burning, where the average person can go out and burn their gathering spot or burn around their home to keep their home safe. So the Nature Conservancy, the U.S. Forest Services, they can support this goal not by conducting all burn projects themselves, but by facilitating the skills sharing and removing barriers to tribal ecological governance. And I would say, just to draw things to an end here, particularly encouraging are partnerships where Indigenous groups take the lead in designing and implementing burn projects on traditional homelands that are currently under non-Indigenous control. One such project, here on the screen, in the Great Lakes region, is renewed burning on Stockton Island in the Apostle Islands National Lakeshore in Lake Superior in northern Wisconsin. This was done for the first time in 2019 and again last year. Now, for centuries, the Red Cliff and Bad River bands burned across the lakeshore and throughout the islands to promote blueberry harvests. And in just the last few years, because of reintroduced burning, blueberry harvests have grown more abundant on Stockton Island. As Melanie Montano, who is a member of the Red Cliff and the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Outreach Specialist for the Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission, for her, this kind of project shows the positive connection that Indigenous people can have with fire. Also noteworthy is the return of fire for the first time in 100 years. Oh, sorry, here's Melanie Montano and some blueberries. Also noteworthy is the return of fire for the first time in 100 years to the Cloquet Forestry Center, which is a 3,000-acre parcel within the Fond du Lac Reservation that's been managed for the last 100 years by the University of Minnesota. This initiative brings the university together with multiple tribal groups with ecological cultural ties to the land, including the Fond du Lac and the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe. Among those leading the project is Damon Panak. He's a member of the White Earth Ojibwe. He's a former Apostle Islands Park Ranger who initiated the project I was referring to earlier, and is now wildfire operations specialist for the Fond du Lac Reservation. And Panak puts it this way, he says, burning is the perfect land acknowledgement. We're not just talking about the fact that we burned, we're actually doing it. As I conclude, don't want to imply that rebuilding trust after systematic epistemic injustice is easy. And so I want to end with this note of caution from Bill Tripp, who's the Deputy Director of Kuruk Ecological Cultural Revitalization and also the Chair of the National Cohesive Wildland Fire Strategy. And he puts his concern this way. He says, we don't have a problem teaching about our principles behind our practices and the where, when, why, how, but we're not interested in doing this if in 5 years down the line they say, okay, we'll do it for you now, and you can just stay in poverty. In the shadow of past and persisting wrongdoing, trust is no easy thing, both in being trusted by communities and institutions that seemingly now value knowledge that they marginalized and undermined, and being asked to trust them. And I think that a restorative justice lens can help us integrate the practices of intercultural and environmental repair. Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ben Almassi. Obrigada, Ben Almassi, pela sua fala tão necessária e contundente. Passo já para...
Thank you, Ben Almassi, for your talk. Now I want to give the floor to Deborah Hollingworth. Could you tell me how to say your name, your last name, how to pronounce it? Hollingworth, okay. Deborah is a legal professional and in the authority of Victoria, Australia. She has played a role in innovative practices in the acknowledgement of First Nations. She has proposed the EPA, Foundational Aboriginal Inclusion Program, which is a complex work to be implemented, which resulted in collaborations with traditional owners to protect country and establish regulatory pathways which ensure that cultural values are enshrined in the practice of environmental protection. She is an investigator on a joint Australian Research Council research grant with the Australian National University. And she's done that from 18 to 23, exploring emerging examples of restorative justice and environmental regulation. Deborah, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. And it's a privilege to be here. And I'd like to greet everybody who is in other parts of the world. We can't see you, but we're very grateful for your presence. It's interesting to be at the end of a full day of provocative discussions, challenging discussions about the state of the environment and where we are. What I wanted to speak with you about today is the regulatory story of the EPA and weave in, actually, as it turns out, I hope, some of the themes that have been explored today. We started this morning with Judge Yasi and his challenge to us, I think, of cultural, traditional law, L-O-R-E in English, as opposed from the law that we think about and we live within, L-A-W. And I don't know how you're going to translate that in Portuguese. And, you know, Professor Raquel, you challenged us this morning to think about the decolonisation of our law, LAW, and the restoration of cultural LORE. I'm working for an environmental regulator in the state of Victoria, and we operate very much in the realm of LAW law. We govern under regulatory laws that we'll talk a little bit about today, but our challenge is how we genuinely, authentically work with Indigenous people that we refer to in Australia as the traditional owners, the traditional custodians of the land, and do that so that their law, cultural laws, is respected. So before going into the presentation, some acknowledgements. I speak as a non-Indigenous woman. I want to acknowledge the Indigenous people of the lands that we're meeting today on, of here in Brazil, and pay my respect. I'd like to extend that respect as we do try to in Australia, pay our respect to the traditional custodians and to their elders, to their laws, to their continuing practices, and to acknowledge how much we have to learn. I hope that I always speak in an authentic way as an ally, recognising that I am non-Indigenous, but I very much want to make a contribution and a change in this important area. Oh, okay. We had a little problem with the presentation because it's in PDF, so this might be interesting. All right. So just to locate the place that it is that I'm speaking about, I'm from the state of Victoria in the continent that we now call Australia. And there's some information there that I can't see. I might actually have to, never mind. You can read it, hopefully. No, you probably can't. Just realised. Flaw in my strategy is that not everybody can read English here. Very presumptuous of me, wasn't it? Oh, hang on. Does this work? That is working. All right, so Victoria, which you can see there in the map, we're a settled society. We were settled by the British in around 1850, and we started as a penal colony, convicts. And post-convict, there was a mining drawn to the gold rush in the 1850s. Melbourne, the capital of Victoria, looks very, very English. And I note that, and we have done a lot of mining. In fact, Aboriginal, Indigenous colleagues in the centre of Victoria call the impacts of mining, they call it upside down country. I noticed Judge Yasi also used that expression, but it's a bigger terminology of, ecologically and culturally what has happened. But I just wanted to give you a sense of who Victoria is and the state in which the EPA, where I work, what it is that we are regulating. And it is important to acknowledge that our economy, our history, there's some similarities, but also a number of differences. Okay, so the EPA, the Environment Protection Authority of Victoria. I'm going to have to sort of come down here and just check my slides. We have responsibility to protect human health and the environment from the harmful effects of pollution and waste. And we say we don't do that by ourselves. We might have some responsibilities to protect human health and the environment and be given statutory laws in which to operate within, but that really is not a task to be done by ourselves. In this talk, I wanted to give a little bit of the regulatory story of the way in which we are in Victoria under the Environment Protection Act, seeking to be more sustainable, to achieve that better balance between development and sustainability. It's interesting to reflect on the talks that we had after lunch about the different ways of regulation, and there was a lot that was familiar to me in those talks, but there's something that's very different. In Victoria, we changed our environment protection approach. We started very much in 1970, the first Environment Protection Act, probably one of the first Environment Protection Acts in the world. It was very consequence-based. So there was a pollution event, and if there was a bad pollution event, if it breached the standards or the licensing arrangements, the EPA would take the action that it could under the legislation. That's what we call the consequence approach to environmental regulation. In 2017, new legislation was introduced to be solely prevention focused. And it's this that I wanted to spend a little bit of time speaking with you about today, because it has restorative underpinnings. It was introduced in response to a very significant environmental justice event in Latrobe Valley, where there's a significant amount of mining in Victoria. An open-cut coal mine, some 50 metres from the township of Morwell, ignited, and the coal mine burned for 45 days, blanketing the township in toxic smoke, with quite devastating from a human health perspective, but it really raised very important questions. How, in a state like Victoria, a developed economy, has an open-cut coal mine so close to a township, and it catches on fire because there's timber plantations which have been approved very close to a forested area. And you would have heard of speaking of fire, Ben, Australia has a lot of bushfires. This was one of our big bushfire seasons, and the fire embers from the bushfire caught in the coal mine and took off. Now, the community in the Latrobe Valley and right, everyone else, like, that can't happen again. It triggered a number of inquiries to understand what the cause was, what the regulatory failure was that allowed that kind of incident to occur. It also triggered human health, health inquiries to understand why it was that environment protection sometimes, often, doesn't take regard of human health. They are regulated as though they were separate, but as we know, they are very connected. The outcomes of those inquiries led to an inquiry into the EPA and what kind of environmental laws we needed. And the recommendations were needed to have legislation that is prevention focused, needs to be flexible and risk-based. So, you know, requiring those that have, where there's a risk of harm, that they take the proportionate responses to minimise it. That there needed to be more information available, that justice actually is important for regulators. And we needed a very different approach from the regulator. Where we ended up, and it was a completely different framework of environmental legislation. And the very core of it recognises that every person has an environmental duty. Businesses, whenever they are conducting their activities, have a duty of care to ensure that their activities do not cause a risk of harm to human health and the environment. And I'll come back and talk more about that. The significance of it is that the laws are designed now to focus on the actions that are taken before the consequence occurs. The responsibility, the way of discharging the obligation, the general environmental duty, is to assess the risk of the activity to human health and the environment and to take the reasonably practicable or practical steps to make sure that the harm doesn't occur. The line, the scissors there, is to show the difference in the thinking here. The prevention, that the offence, the crime happens if the business fails to take the preventative measures. There may be consequences, but that's not the crime. The consequences go to the extent of the penalty, but the actual crime itself is the failure to put the systems in place, to do the right assessment and identification of the impact. So just thinking about some of the discussions we've been having, the one about the Pantanal, the approvals there, the sorts of, or any, you think yourself of any of the business activities that are taking place. Often what environmental regulators are doing is they're chasing the event once it's happened. They're imposing the fine after the harm has occurred. And everybody says, well, that should have been avoided, as was the case with the Hazelwood mine fire. So we have flipped our laws here in Victoria. And it's actually the first time that this approach has been taken to environmental regulation. So I think it's interesting, and it certainly feels like an opportunity to an international audience to spend a little bit of time speaking about this new paradigm of environment protection, which really comes out of an environmental justice issue and has a restorative thinking in its approach. So this is a bit of a complicated slide and I won't spend too much time on it, but what it is trying to explain is the general environmental duty really sits at the heart of our regulatory framework. Of course, we have licensing powers like other environmental regulators, and we've heard a little bit about that today. A breach of the Act is an environmental crime, and we prosecute, and we've got some fantastic new options when we can take offenders to court. But the point is that the general environmental duty, which everybody has, really shapes our whole thinking and approach. It influences our regulatory policy, our engagement with co-regulators and with the community. I'm actually perhaps going to flip through those ones a little bit, and get to the point, because I'm not quite sure how we're going for time here. Where it's also been very transformative is in our engagement with traditional owners. The general environmental duty is discharged, as I mentioned, by the actors, by the business, assessing the risk, by assessing the likelihood of harm from their activities. Well, how is that determined? It is by best practice of what the practice is of that particular sector, which we call state of knowledge. That state of knowledge can come from industry guidance, it comes from science. It can also come from Indigenous LORE, from cultural law and practice. And that's the area that my colleagues and I have been working in. So you saw the first map of Australia. This is the original map of Australia. This is all the countries, the nations of the First Peoples in Australia. It looks very different. And as you know, in Victoria and in the whole of Australia, we're a colonised society. There is a history of dispossession that has impacted culture, language. Aboriginal people were taken off country, taken away from culture. Their children were taken away, and it was thought that Aboriginal people, after a couple of generations, would probably not exist anymore. We have a sorry history. In Victoria, our government is committed to a number of initiatives to address that. Recognition in the Constitution, a truth and justice, a truth-telling process, and entering into treaty, but also entering into recognition arrangements with traditional custodians, and that map of Victoria marks out the boundaries of where there are recognition arrangements in place. The traditional owners in Victoria, in this boundary map, we are identified corporations who have the authority to speak for country. They've established their apical, their connection to country, their lineage. And they are spending a lot of their time in developing cultural mapping and making that available to agencies like the EPA. And I've just put up on this slide some of the country plans that the traditional custodians make available. And Ben, the fire strategy that I will find and send to you for your interest. So they talk about right fire for country, right plants for country, addressing upside down country. There's a lot of cultural knowledge that has been broken, but it has not gone. It's still there. The stories exist, and the cultural values, the way in which the landscape, the land is identified, is very different to the way in which a regulator like the EPA is really able to digest. So we're standing in a really interesting place, and what I wanted to share with you today is the opportunity that the new legislative framework provides, along with the initiatives of the state government to go some way to redressing some of the wrongs of the past. The way in which we're doing it is through, and we've heard about this today too, the relationship building with traditional owners, sitting literally in a circle with them, inviting them to come and speak with us, and then them reciprocating and inviting us to country to spend time together to build an understanding of how we might work collaboratively. What are the overlapping areas, their priorities for country, their culture, that's cultural practices that are important that we may be able to support through something like the general environmental duty. So thinking about the way in which cultural values can sit now in the very heart of environment protection and form part of the environment protection framework. So I apologise, these slides, I should have explained this at the outset, are in a PDF. That was the only way we could get them, so they're not kind of functioning in the way they were designed to be delivered. Coming out of those discussions with traditional owners is a range of initiatives. This one here is the environment protection on country. The EPA is funding roles and initiatives into traditional owner corporations to really spark that two-way engagement. When we prosecute, instead of fines going directly to the consolidated fund or just being fine money, it goes that we seek court orders for funds to be used for restorative projects, and a lot of that has been to help fund traditional owners do cultural mapping. Okay, this slide here is the discussion that we're having with traditional owners about cultural values that we know are embedded in landscapes and articulated in stories, now put into documents like country plans that are made available to agencies like the EPA, and of course identified through ongoing relationships, whether that information can form part of the state of knowledge, the knowledge that duty holders who have businesses who have a duty under the general environmental duty take this into account when they discharge their business practices. So it's really important, and it takes a little bit of decoding, but thinking about it, it means that a business, when assessing their risk, assessing the impact of their activity, need to take cultural knowledge of traditional owners into account where that knowledge is made available to them. If we can do that, then we think we are going some way to restoring cultural LORE into the LAW law of environment protection in Victoria. It's early days, but that's the discussion that we're having with our traditional owners. And I want to acknowledge that it's not without its risks. We're about to have, we started out this morning with a challenge to be thinking about the decolonisation of our law. Well, the fact is this is still our law, right? That's but still what's enshrined in the Environment Protection Act 2017. But what we're talking about here is, it's like, if that's the building, creating space within that existing structure for cultural knowledge to be part of environment protection. There's some that I've just put, you know, the things that I know I can see are risks here. There's risks of appropriation. There's risks of recolonisation, you know, in our best efforts. We're also navigating a pretty tricky territory here. We've got an unresolved history in Victoria and in Australia with our First Peoples. But to go back to the acknowledgement that I articulated at the commencement of my talk, we want to do this authentically and do it in genuine relationships with traditional owners. Now, of course, there's, you know, a lot of good intentions that haven't come off, so that's another risk. However, oh, sorry, my slides, that's supposed to be a beautiful plat. So, but, you know, thinking about a symbol for what it is we're doing, and it's a question I think I will ask, ask everybody here, and as we go in particularly into the discussions that we're going to have tomorrow about Indigenous knowledge and colonisation. So, you know, I certainly hope, and I know my colleagues at the EPA don't want to think that that's what we're doing. It may be what it is we're doing. You know, we work within the reality of the institutions and the laws that exist. But the intention certainly is that we find a way of utilising the opportunity of the new regulatory paradigm, which is prevention-based and recognises a general environmental duty to protect human health and the environment, that can extend to protecting cultural values, to recognising cultural values, and integrating, with permission, those cultural values into environment protection. Thank you.
Well, I thank you very much for your talk, and I will ask you for permission to call you on a first name basis so we have a more informal environment as restorative justice requires. So I'd like to bring some context as to where I come from. I think it's very interesting how as Deborah said, to be at the ending of this day, having heard so many important talks from so many people, and being able to understand each standpoint, each way to stand regarding these factors from your own place, from your life experience. So I talk here as a mother, as a woman, as a grandmother, as a friend, as a university professor, as a lawyer, as a facilitator of restorative circles, as a researcher of ways to practice restorative justice, from an understanding that I've developed or researched, I don't know how to say this, I don't know if this explains to you, but for me, I have thought a lot on the principle of the not knowing, which is exactly thinking what restorative justice is. Is it to restore something to a prior state? what do we want to restore? Justice as a value, as it's been said many times. What value is that? Is it a value that was imposed, brought by colonizers who came and in the colonization processes that we had in here and in other countries? What value is this? And reflecting upon this, understanding restorative justice from this relational standpoint as well, of understandings that affect us. I was very much affected by the talks of each person here, and I imagine you were too. So in this perspective, I'm the granddaughter of Italian immigrants who had an affirmative action that favored them, and from that and because of that, they were able to stand and make a life for them in Brazil, a very prosperous life. I was married for 20 years with a man who I have great respect for, who works in the agribusiness, who always developed his activity on an ethical basis that was very admirable, and I was always beside him, and I was able to attest to that. And after that, I came in touch in 2005 with restorative justice, and I'm looking at Egberto here, who was in Araçatuba, where I lived, and I took part in the organization of the first symposium on restorative justice. And after that, how many questions and inquiries and changes on the way of thinking about life and relations have gone through me. And restorative justice for me is this. It's a sociological movement that requires us to look at ourselves, to see how we act, how we are, what behaviors we have, look within. And in this looking within, I'm currently implementing a Center for Restorative Justice, which I call Center of Restorative Justice for Diversity and Oral Knowledge. Exactly, because I want to value and appreciate the oral knowledges that come from our popular culture, from the people who inhabited our country before the settlers came, before my grandparents came. People who I honor and whose memory I bring. Because for me, this is the essence of restorative justice. And so, Deborah, when you talk about your experience with practices and regulatory ways and laws that were developed and thinking that stem from this experience that you had, it is very enriching because we have references to learn from. And we can also create, right, Raquel, this space, this diversity of standpoints and voices, a space, and this is the not knowing. It's a space where there's not a priorly determined knowledge. Justice doesn't exist a priori. Justice as a value for restorative justice, which I have experienced ever since I started working in restorative circles. So I have an experience in this as a researcher and as a scholar in a department at the University of São Paulo that privileges diversity and interdisciplinarity and oral knowledges. Because we also have in the academia this sometimes this arrogance of a closed knowledge, a previous knowledge of what is right and wrong, of how we should act. And for a matter of this complexity, which is talking about the environment, about how we're going to take care of Mother Earth, or Pachamama, our relations, because we are nature, which is another fragmentation that we inherit from modern thinking. And even when you think about human rights, I've stopped even questioning. It's nature rights. Nature rights makes much more sense because we are nature. And from this perspective, I think from this perspective, and I can tell you, and very honestly tell you, that 25 years ago, 30 years ago, I really questioned why is it necessary to have so much land for the indigenous people? They have so much land already. And now I have direct contact with indigenous peoples, and they say, our values are not the same as yours in productivity and production. We are nomads. We have the need to move to different territories. We have to go to different parts of our land. So this is a change, and I was able to live that, this change of perspective. And if I had a prior judgment of this knowledge, as I did have at a point, but this is why I'm so passionate about restorative justice. I think this is what motivates me to keep on this journey, because it's this richness of the diversity, of the plurality, of understandings, of viewpoints, and this is what makes us move. Life moves because we have cells that have this conflict of a limitation, and that's why they pulse. So we need a little bit of conflict to move forward. So under this aspect, how can we create what is fair with agreements that's a fairness that involves all of the people involved in situations? So the experience that's brought by everyone here, and for me with a very special meaning for the research that I've done and my thesis, which was looking for the roots of restorative justice to even understand the practices that we do here in Brazil and where they come from. And now we have this richness on our tables of these indigenous knowledges and from the native communities, a knowledge from African communities of how to deal with their issues there as well, a knowledge, a religious knowledge which also comes from Mennonite and Quaker and Christian practices. And now we have to think about this process, which I've recently started reading a philosopher called Edouard Lisson, who's from Martinique, and he's passed away already, but the strength of his thought remains. And he talks about the archipelago thinking and the creolization of language. And he says something that, so that we can start with a Q&A session. He says, we cannot go back to a previous situation where we can have this creolization of language that's created. It's the creation of something that wasn't there before. So when we have to see where we are before we can think of drawing blueprints and roadmaps and action plans with this perspective for the environment, for the sustainability of life in a wider sense. we need, and it's very rich that we have the most diverse voices. And it's not about giving voice. Everyone has a voice. It's space for listening. It's space to honor the voice of each person who has their knowledge, who has something to contribute.
So I want to open a time for people to ask questions, for those who have questions, and then say how happy I am and how wonderful it is to be here in this moment, just like Deborah said, with this interesting coincidence, finalizing after so many people who talked before us. So now I give the audience the time if you want to ask some questions. We have 10 minutes. Okay, great. Say your name and ask your question, okay? And say who you want to ask your question to. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carolina, but everyone calls me Carol. I'd like to start saying something. Just like Deborah mentioned, I'm going to talk about a perspective from a non-indigenous person. I'm not indigenous, okay? So I came from a family of settlers, and I'm not proud of that. But I had some experiences, and I lived in Pantanal, the use of fire. And they were fantastic experiences, but they were also catastrophic. Why? Because in 2020, Pantanal had the biggest wildfire in all its extension. And then no government had given proper attention that was supposed to be given to that people who would live there in first place. People who were part of that environment, that are part of that environment. And Katarina can talk more about this than me. And they are profoundly integrated. In that environment, they are totally integrated. And they use fire constantly. Those people, they use fire. But we have a problem in Pantanal, which is the use by people who are cattle raisers. And they use that for pastures, and they rejuvenate the pastures so that they can have a more vigorous pastures for the cattle. We also have legislatory issues about the use of fire here in Brazil, especially during the drought where we're living right now. And we have realized since last year and this year that we have an extensive drought. And all of us who work with nature, with people, we are terrified every time with the possibility of happening what happened in 2020 again. From that milestone of 2020, some things happened, okay? We got some funding, and we strengthened several community brigades in Pantanal so that they could have the integrated handling of fire and also the use of fire and prevention of wildfires. And then I was part of those trainings of community brigades, you know. And at that moment, the mosquito of fire sting me, just like I was stinged by the restorative justice fly. So these are cultural issues that are part of the environment of Pantanal. Actually, it's not a question, okay, but I'm also explaining about our everyday life here. And now, at this moment, we have a decree where it's forbidden to have any kind of burning because of the drought we're living right now. And a sparkle, anything becomes a wildfire inside Pantanal. And since we had no rain this year and last year, not the way it was supposed to rain, you know, for sure because of the climate changes, right? What we've been living, no doubt. So I was part of some workshops, working not only with people from Pantanal, not only indigenous and non-indigenous people, but also how much IBAMA, which is an environmental organ here in Brazil, it's a federal agency, they work to fight against wildfire. They are reference to the Preve Fogo. They are reference in this fight against wildfires, and they have a work with several indigenous communities where they form the brigades, and also they control and fight wildfires. These original people, they receive money for their service that they render, but beyond everything, IBAMA Preve Fogo with the Academy also have been doing several works of the integrated use of fire to understand the dynamic of the vegetation of Pantanal and also in other areas that we have nearby. Now, we realize that with the new government, we have more investment in these issues. We are hiring more brigade members because everybody's really worried about it. But the resources that are coming for the training, the fight against fires from local communities are reduced because it seems like people forgot about what happened in 2020, you know. The funding organs also forgot what happened. But that's a common practice, you know, the use of fire in Pantanal as well. We have some things that should observe, which is this use for exchange of pasture, and that sometimes the farmers, they don't ask for this permission. And then things get worse, and then we see in the newspaper around the world what happens. That's it, everybody. Thanks for giving me the floor. Thank you for sharing. I don't know if someone wants to say anything else. We gotta finish, right? Okay, perfect. We have 5 minutes to close. So I think I would like to thank once more for attending for the whole day, this super rich conversation that we had, that we may have more of this suggestion tomorrow of talking about such a complex topic from the perspective of restorative justice. Good evening, good night, everyone, and then thank you. Okay, we're gonna finish today's schedule. Tomorrow we start at 8 a.m. the time of Mato Grosso. It's 1 hour less in relation to the Brasilia time. Good rest to you tomorrow.
Oi, oi. Sim. Oi. O nosso link. Oi, som, teste. Oi, som. Oi, som. Oi, teste, som.